Has that worked? Yeah. Yes. Okay. What's that?
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one, yeah, that will show the proof. Become the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the logos. Become an agent of the logos. We are the agents of the logos.
And we are live. Welcome, everybody. It is Tuesday night, Logic night. And we have got a little bit of globe logic again, because we've had a few more. There's an entry from Blue Marble. Blue Marble Science is having a go at it tonight. If anybody else has heard any other globe logic or anything, feel free to let us know if you've seen any of it. We're looking for an argument that has been made in favor of the globe. Anybody's got one? We've been looking for one for quite a while. We've been asking for a method for being able to measure the drop of the water over distance. That's never come, obviously. Ridiculous. But now we're looking for a globe argument in favour for the globe, obviously. A positive argument.
Globe argument. They all fail. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So yeah, we've not got much planned. I've got that much going on at the minute. It's hard for me to try and concentrate on one thing, so I'm not really doing much other than trying to work out what I'm meant to be doing. So, yeah, we're going to be going over. We might touch upon the stolen concept that troubles this group of people, because I have to say, just to make it absolutely clear, I'm not a flat earther. And the stuff I talk about is stuff that I can replicate in reality. It's sort of, it's provable, it's logical, and it's provable through geometric purposes. I wouldn't say it otherwise. Cut my teeth in Twitter. You've got to be precise with what you do in Twitter.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it's strange that every day you have to tell these people that you are not a flat earther.
Well, yeah, I'm pointing it out. I'm going to be pointing it out, I think, at the beginning of every show. So if anybody sort of thinks that I am, then unfortunately, I'm not. If you're following me because you think I'm a flat earther, well, I'm not. Doesn't matter. The arguments we do bring, though, are genuine arguments from reality. And we have found that there are no arguments for the globe. Now, we have a reason for that. The reason we state is that you cannot predicate on something that isn't real. You have to have a logical statement that's formed about something that does exist.
Well, that's clearly false. You can predicate on lots of things that aren't real.
Well, not within a logical statement, right? That's why there is no argument for the globe, Brenda.
I just told you that's false. You can predicate on things that don't exist.
Give us your, but the globe doesn't exist. Okay, give us your best argument for something that doesn't exist, i.e., the globe. Frantic bunny ears.
Give us an example would be nice. Thank you, Brenda.
Yeah, Sherlock Holmes lives at 22B Baker Street.
And that's an argument for the globe, is it?
Yeah.
That's an argument for something that doesn't. That's an argument for something that doesn't exist. Sherlock Holmes does not exist.
Give us your best argument for the globe, please, Brenda.
So are you conceding that you can predicate on things that don't exist?
You can.
Are you trying to prove that, or are you predicating on something that's fictional to establish that it's fictional, or are you predicating on something fictional to establish that it's not fictional?
The claim is that I can't predicate. That is, I can't form propositions or even arguments about something that doesn't exist. And I just demonstrated that you can.
So like I said, are you predicating something that is fictional to establish that it's fictional or that it's not fictional?
Did you listen to what I just said?
Did you listen to my question?
Let me repeat it. Let me tell you what's going on here, since you're not tracking. The claim is that you can't predicate. That is, you can't form propositions and arguments about things that don't exist. I just demonstrated that you can. You can form propositions and arguments about where Sherlock Holmes lives.
Your argument is that you can predicate on things that are fictional.
Yes, in contradiction to what Bev has been saying, that you can't.
Okay, so that's your statement, and I'm asking you, are you predicating on something fictional to establish that it's fictional, or to establish that it's not fictional?
Are you conceding that you can, in fact, predicate on things that are fictional?
You've made your statement. I'm asking you something else.
Yeah, I know that you're asking something else. I want you.
Why do you need me to even acknowledge what you said? I already acknowledged that you said it.
Do you agree that it's true that I can form propositions and arguments about things that are fictional?
No, propositions, yes, but not arguments, because
Yeah.
to argue, argument is a proof. So if you are starting from non-existing entity, you cannot prove anything. So you cannot prove anything. So no argument. Absolutely.
Yeah,
False. That's
you're
false.
if
That's
you're
true.
if you're
That's true.
if your motive or if your agenda is to talk about things that are fictional, then talk about things that are fictional. But if your agenda is to establish something as true, then you need to start with true statements
Yeah,
and predicate on those.
Yeah,
All
you
I
have
need-
to listen, Brenda. There is no argument that can be made in favor of the globe or for the globe, right? Now, you said about predicating. Right, what about the argument? What's your argument for the globe? Just to show us that you can do that. Whether it's fictional or not, it doesn't make any difference. What's your best argument for the globe, please? Just to show everyone.
We can see the curvature of the Earth. Therefore, the Earth is curved.
What are you predicating that on?
Well, like you can see a mountain, therefore there is a curve of the mountain.
No, you can see a mountain, therefore there is a mountain.
Yeah, that's an argument for the globe, is it? That you can see a mountain?
That's an argument for the mountain.
No, okay, right? Okay. Brenda, maybe you didn't quite hear me. What is your best argument for the globe, please?
I just told you. So if you achieve significant altitude above the surface of the Earth, if the Earth is a globe, it will appear circular. We have achieved a significant height above the surface of the Earth. We have observed it's circular. Therefore, the Earth is circular. There you go. I formed an argument
for a circular,
genius, Brendan.
Circular Earth, like a pancake.
Circles are 2D.
Yeah.
No, I mean
like a pancake. Well, okay. That's well done. Well done, Brenda. You've proved there that you're 2D. Can we at least say 2D circle Earth? That you've proved was definitely one of the best arguments I've ever heard for the globe. That was genius.
So if we achieve a significant height above the surface of the Earth, it will appear to be a globe. We have achieved that height, therefore, and we have seen that the Earth is globular, and therefore the Earth is a globe.
It's globe.
I can provide otherwise because I have seen footage from high altitude balloons, and there was no curvature in the horizon. Was a line, not a curve.
That's simply false. We have balloon footage. We have balloon footage that shows that the horizon is curved.
And wait a second, Brenda. Are you saying that it's false? Are you saying that it's false that there's footage that shows no curve?
Oh, there is footage that does not show a horizontal curvature. Any footage taken on the
curvature. What the hell is that?
Yeah, she just ignores
it. No, that's important. That's a good one.
What the hell? Yeah. Where did that come from? What is that?
So let's get these terms correct. By horizontal curvature, I mean the curvature
in terms.
Yeah. It means left to right curvature instead of forward backwards curvature.
Curvature. Are you saying that there's footage that doesn't? Are you saying that there is no footage that does not show curvature?
Wait a minute. Horizontal curvature. Are you saying that the horizontal curves, or that there is curvature horizontally?
There is curvature on our horizontal when we're standing on the ground, but you can't see that, right? Because your instruments aren't good enough.
You're saying that the horizontal curves?
Yes, demonstrably so.
Wait a minute,
That was
Brenda. Yeah, that was too easy.
That went quick.
The straight horizontal, you're saying curves now.
I'm saying that the apparent horizon curves.
But that's horizontal, is that what are you saying that the mathematical horizontal that we all understand has some sort of curvature to it?
No, I'm saying that the
curve that'd be fucking stupid, wouldn't it, Brenda? That'd be ridiculous.
I'm saying that the horizontal we observe is curved.
So you brought your black swan, and I say my black swan against globe would be a high altitude balloon with horizon, without any curvature, straight line.
Yeah, that's false. That's false.
I claim that your is false.
Yeah, that's just a claim.
Your also yours. It's a
That's
claim.
right. That's right. Mine and yours are both empirical, not logical claims. They are empirical claims, not logical claims.
So we cannot decide from pictures, just pictures, the shape of the horizon.
Yes, you can. To counter empirical claims, all you need is empirical evidence.
No. You were talking about evidence, and I was talking about evidence. So we have two contradictory evidences.
No.
Against
No.
Against each other. So
that's false. That's false.
You have Brenda. This is logic night, right? Please stop saying that's false and let Paper finish his statement.
Especially without saying why it's false.
Then you can rebut it, but the rebuttal will be required to have some sort of an argument to rebut in favor of the globe, please, Brenda. But let Paper finish. Paper, please.
I can finish only in that way, that if you are saying that my claim is false, I am also justified to say that your claim is false. So we are at the dead end.
So let's just sum up here. I am claiming that the horizon curves. I'm not claiming that horizontals curve. I'm claiming the horizon curves.
And I am claiming opposite, that horizon doesn't curve, because I saw horizon at high altitude balloon camera that wasn't curving.
Yeah, so these are empirical claims, right? So you know that since this is logic night, we should understand the difference between an empirical claim and a logical proof. Those are different things. Logic can never prove an empirical claim.
Okay.
Right, the only thing that
whoa, Brenda, please.
Wait a second. I have a rebuttal. So if you say that my claim is not relevant, but originally you claimed your evidence as a proof, so you are disproving yourself right now.
No, I didn't give my evidence as proof. I gave my evidence as evidence. You don't prove things in science.
So
you only prove things in logic, and logic is not empiricism. Logic is simply logic. It is simply a system of reasoning.
Okay, so what was the point that you brought this supposed picture?
I said that there are indeed photos from high altitude balloons that show curvature of the Earth. That's an empirical claim. It's not a logical claim, right? So since this is logic night, we should understand the distinction between science and logic. Science is empirical. It determines truth by observation, right? Logic is not empirical, it's abstract.
Okay,
logic
well,
is.
it being logic, right? We'll go through the terms. Okay? Because since we're going to do this on logic night, so you have made a claim that the horizon is. Can you make that claim again, please?
That the horizon we observe is curved. At a sufficient altitude, it becomes visually apparent, even to the naked eye, that it is curved. But with special instruments, you can tell that it's curved many times.
Now,
right?
would you be able to bring any, other than you saying this, have you got any sort of evidence to back the claim that the horizon curves? Or is that just like the YouTube pictures? Because I know for a fact that any definition of horizontal will say it's parallel to the plane of the horizon, which would sort of say to me that the horizon is horizontal, or known as horizontal. I mean, pretty sure everybody listening will think that the horizontal is the horizon is horizontal, right?
That's an empirical claim, Bev. You have to prove that the horizon is horizontal. You can't just state it. It's an empirical claim.
Would it be okay if we were to have Soundly and Jesse Kozlowski talking together about setting up a horizontal plane? And like Soundly saying, well, that seems like a pretty conclusive proof. Would that be, I mean, empirical? Because he does set it up with his theodolite and turn it around 360 degrees. And Soundly definitely agrees with it in that video. So it does seem like that Jesse Kozlowski said that you can establish a horizontal plane. And I'm pretty sure any surveyor would be able to say the same sort of thing. And the horizon would always be parallel to it.
I would agree that turning a theodolite around 360 degrees would establish a horizontal plane.
And the horizon would be parallel to that, it being the true horizon.
No, the horizon curves. The horizon is below horizontal. Right. The horizon is below horizontal, correct?
It's also above horizontal, because there's horizontals everywhere.
It's never above. No, it's never above horizontal.
Yeah, the horizontals are always there, Brenda.
Horizon, Bev, the horizon is never above the horizontal established at a.
No, just any horizontal, right?
No, that's not what I said. I said the horizon is never above the horizon.
No, we were talking about horizontals. You swapped it. I think you forgot.
No, we're talking about the horizontal established by a theodolite at a specific place and a specific height.
But
the horizon is never above that horizontal plane.
No,
Nobody said it should
possible.
Be. Well, wait a minute.
That proves
George,
that
wait, no, Brenda, you don't say never, because there are two people that have actually shown that they can get the horizon above the crosshairs. That they would be George Nutsack and Jesse Gordon. Those two guys, they're both hardcore globers. But they're the guys. If you want to have the horizon above the crosshairs, you see those two guys.
I said above the horizontal. I didn't say above the crosshairs.
Yeah, well, obviously there's a horizontal there at the crosshairs.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, of course there is. There's all horizontals. That's what I was telling you before.
That's not true. That's not true. You can point a theodolite off the horizontal, can't you?
What?
You can establish a horizontal at a particular point, and then you can point.
Well, I hope you're not saying that Jesse doesn't know how to do that, or that Jesse would move his theodolite crosshairs to make it look like there's a drop, whereas there isn't. That's very, brave of you, Brenda, but I don't think Jesse would ever do that, would he? No. Oh, I don't think, no, sorry, not Jesse. George. George would never do that. He said that he would never set his tools up wrong like that. I asked him. I said, are you sure it's horizontal? And he said, yes. Yes. Do you want me to get the pictures? I mean, I bet Ricky has got them. But I'll get them.
So I have
George,
in the chat demonstration of the horizon being curved.
Look at this one, look. There's one from George. Can you see the way that the horizon's above the crosses?
I see. Yeah, above yours, I have.
No, it's George's, not mine. It's George's.
No,
that was George where he was showing that the horizon
I know, you want to ignore
over the top of the crosshairs.
Yes, but just above Muppet Show guy, Giro posted another, so we can just bring pictures for claims. So it is not relevant.
It isn't really logic.
Relevant.
No, it's not really logic, Brenda.
Why don't you show the pictures that I posted showing the curved horizon?
Are you claiming that an altered picture is your evidence?
Yes, I am.
So when they say in all of the mathematical textbooks that horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, you're saying they got that wrong? Or are you trying to say that that plane should be curved and horizontal is actually parallel to that curved plane?
Are you
redefining horizontals? Is that what you're trying to say, Brenda?
Are you saying that the horizon all around us is a plane?
Yeah, a horizontal plane. All horizontals will be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
And you're saying that's a plane.
What, the plane of the horizon is a plane? Yes. Yes, that's strangely enough, yeah.
It logically follows then that you are a flat earther.
What, because I think that horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon?
No, because you think that the plane of the horizon is a perfectly flat plane. It logically follows that you are a flat earther.
No, it doesn't. Your logic sucks.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
In your warped mind, maybe.
Flat earthers claim that.
Why have you got such an obsession with flat earthers and such a problem anyway with them? I don't get it.
Flat earthers,
bigoted.
Flat earthers claim that the horizon is a perfectly flat and horizontal.
Why are you bothered about what flat earthers claim, Brenda? You're talking to us.
I know, it's very strange.
Flat earthers claim.
Logic night, Brenda. Why are you talking about flat earthers? Can you please stop being obsessed?
Are you a flirt?
I'm giving you a logical argument. Flat earthers claim.
You are not.
This is the argument. Flat earthers claim that the horizon is a flat and horizontal. Bev claims that the horizon is flat and horizontal. Therefore, Bev is a flat earther.
Well done for showing the whole world your standard of logical thinking, Brenda.
That is.
I am.
Show me the fallacy. Show me the fallacy.
I am impressed that you have come out in public and done this. Well done.
Yeah, show me the fallacy.
Yes, because, for example, it would be very easy to make, for example, argument ad Hitlerum. Hitler said that 2 + 2 was 4, and I am saying that 2 + 2 is 4, therefore I am Nazi.
So flat earthers claim that the horizon is flat and horizontal. Bev claims
right.
is flat and horizontal.
And get to the bottom of this obsession.
Bev is a flat earther. Show me the error. Show me the
error. Your obsession with the flat earth and flat earthers is really apparent now, Brenda. Did you want to tone it down a little bit? Or did you want to explain what your issue is with this group of people that you're labeling?
Just show me, since this is
Brenda, please. Brenda, do you have a problem with a group of people saying that horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon? Is there a particular problem that you have with that statement?
It's completely false. And you said earlier that the textbooks say that. They absolutely do not. You are completely incorrect. I don't know whether you know that's a falsehood or whether you are deliberately deceiving
Brenda
people.
Rumpus.
White knight.
Wow.
So you're either lying,
almost.
and you are a flat earther, Bev. You declared it on Twitter several years ago repeatedly. So don't try and deny
Rumpus, look. All we're saying is, because it's logic night, is that horizontals, all of them,
not.
All of them are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
And they're not.
That's how they're defined.
No, they're not defined that way. Horizontal is defined by being perpendicular to a vertical, and verticals are not parallel and change with your position.
All verticals are perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
And your claim is completely and utterly false, and no textbook agrees with you.
No textbook says that a horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Rumpus.
You said all horizontals.
Yeah, every one of them.
No, they're not. No textbook says that. You've just made that up, or you're lying. One of the two. I don't know whether you're so stupid you don't realise that, or you genuinely believe it. I'm not sure. But no textbook says that all horizontals are parallel. Go and look at a surveying book, and they will show you that horizontals are different.
Have you done your test yet?
No, I haven't. I've told you I will advertise it fully and give lots of videos out. You will get full notice.
So not this year, then, Rumpus.
It is still my intention to. It is still my intention to fit it in. It's going to be
what
tight.
Was that you were saying about people lying? Because it sounds like Farmer's Boy hasn't heard from you in 3 months, so you lied.
No, I'm. How's that a lie?
George, because you said you'd arranged it. It was all arranged.
When did I say
it was all oh my goodness!
Try listening to what I instead of making things up about me, Emma. Could you try and be honest for a bit? I said my intention is still to do it. I haven't been.
Yes.
I must admit.
Okay.
Oh my
your
God.
intention.
Yes.
Brilliant.
So that don't make. So don't lie.
What about your welcome to the
I don't know whether you
Globe
believe
for
what you're
Adults
saying
video,
or you're
Rumpus.
deliberately lying about me. I don't know quite which it is.
What about your welcome to the Globe for Adults video that you said was going to be
that should be
last
around
week?
in a day or two's time.
Well, you said that last week.
Oh,
I know I did. I've had some. Yeah, I had. I was busy over the bank holiday weekend. It is mostly there. And when I've done it, I will then invite. And when I've done it, I will invite Montreal and was it Mobius?
Are you going to put the video out when you've done it?
I will put the video out. Yes, I will put the video out shortly. Next couple of days.
Have you got a title for it?
It's probably going to be "You Don't Understand the Globe."
For adults.
No, I won't bother to put the adults bit in it, but it will be a technical analysis for adults.
Have you got some music for it? I've got some perfect music for that.
I have got some music in mind, but I don't wish the music to dominate. I mean, I think I Can Science that demonstrated how a dreadful choice of loud music interferes completely with your video, and I've no intention of doing that.
Were you not wooed by that music? That was pretty good. What did you reckon to his rundown of the realising Euclid test?
Well, he addressed the fact that you don't have a test because your risers are not in a straight line, but he sort of addressed the point. I mean, I did think it was overly complicated.
It's already been done, unlike Rumpus's.
So, Bev, do you know that your risers won't be in a straight line?
Brenda,
it wasn't about that at all, Brenda, was it?
It is, because your premise for Euclid relies on the fact the risers are in a straight line, and they're not.
No,
so your whole attempt at an experiment is flawed because you rely on the risers being in a straight line, and they're not
in a plane. Rumpus. I mean,
we're not in a plane.
Rumpus, please.
They're not in a plane.
Rumpus.
Your whole premise is flawed.
This isn't about our test that we already did over a year ago. Rumpus,
which relies on the fact they're in a straight line. They're not. So the whole test is completely flawed.
The realising Euclid test.
But it's not, because the Euclid test you're trying to perform relies on the things being in a straight line, and they're not in a straight line. So your whole test is flawed.
We can do exactly the same to you that you're doing now.
You will be able to do that, yes. You will get the opportunity of doing that live.
I'm going to do what Rumpus does and call everyone a liar. You're a liar, Rumpus. You said you were going to do the test. You're a liar.
No, that's not
a
lie.
Prove that.
Brenda, you're also a liar.
No,
you have to prove that.
Oh, you have to.
You do.
Okay, brilliant.
Yeah.
I'm glad we've got that one sorted. So if you call someone a
And we can
liar,
do
you
it.
have
I
to
can do it.
prove
I
it.
didn't actually call you a
Brilliant.
liar. I said I wasn't sure. When you said I had said, I can't remember what you accused me of lying
Yeah,
about.
you've come in halfway through, so you don't even know what's
No,
been
I did
going on,
hear. I
Rumpus,
heard
but it's
what you
fine.
accused me of something which you'd made up.
Rumpus,
You said
Rumpus. Emma was talking to Brenda. There's no need to white knight Brenda.
No, she made an
and take that
accusation
off.
of me as well. She said I can't remember what it was now, but she made an accusation of me that was completely false.
And you can't wait
Brenda
like 3
about the
minutes
liar.
for Bren. Yeah. Why?
I just want to know why admin is white knighting for Bev.
He's got to be protected, hasn't he? When he's rising, the whole experiment is flawed because they're not those rises in a straight line. He's got to be covered up.
Enough,
And
if
Emma
you
loves
think
to chip in every
moderating-
single
if you
time that
think
subject comes up.
moderating is
She
white
protects him.
knighting, then you have no idea
You're
how
definitely
debates
You
and
always
moderating
protect him.
work.
You're definitely
Every time
not.
we point out those
you
rises,
two,
not
will
in a
you
straight
leave
line, you
Emma
chip
and the
in and protect
moderators
him.
alone, please? While the moderators are moderating, Rumpus. You
this
just
is
keep
why-
talking over the top of her.
This
You
is
protect
why
him
we
every
need,
time, Emma.
This is why we need a neutral platform.
No, this is Logic Night.
No, we do not.
Well,
but you
we
need a
to-
neutral platform. Go on then. Off you go.
Mhm.
Make your own.
Yeah. How many
Zoom.
times have you all said that? And it's all been done over and over again, and
hasn't.
never anything is
hasn't.
right, and everybody argues. None of you are interested. All you guys are interested in is slandering a group of people that you have a problem with. Yes, you and Rumpus both do the same thing. You have an issue with people
Goes
who
on and on
think
about
something.
relies on rises being a straight line. They're not, and yet he won't let that be discussed. Notice how he chops off any criticism of that because
Rumpus,
either he
not
realizes that's a
about
problem.
Test.
So he doesn't have a test.
Rumpus,
he's not
you
realizing
don't know
Euclid
what the test
because
is.
the Euclid test he's trying
Rumpus.
to test relies on them being in a straight line, and they're not.
Okay, right. Can you have some discipline at all, Rumpus?
I have lots of discipline.
Okay, well, could you use it when you're talking in a conversation on someone else's show?
How about you learn how to do a mod?
Yeah, how about moderating? Instead of stopping any conversation, every time we point out that the flaws in Bev's test, you interrupt and stop the criticism dead because you know I think deep down that he's talking bollocks.
Actually, what Bev is doing is committing.
Wait a minute, Brenda.
Why did you have to interrupt me and prevent me from completing?
Rumpus had just talked a load of shite. Emma was trying to moderate, and then you following in after Rumpus. It is Logic Night. Where is the argument that you guys are coming up with? What is the argument that you're coming in with?
For what? What argument are we talking about?
Exactly. What is your argument, Rumpus? Make your argument.
Yes, there's a globe, horizontal, and level of
what
two
did
different
you
things.
come
Oh God, interrupt me again.
With what is your argument that you want to come in here with tonight, please?
Well, you made some errors in your... Brenda made some good points, and she pointed out the horizon is not horizontal, and you were disputing this. She showed you some photographic evidence showing this, including things like the mage that Mr. Sensible did, as well as the photograph she's got showing, which was taken in Mallorca, and the photograph on Metabunk, which was taken from 700 feet, which shows the horizon is not horizontal. All the evidence shows that horizon is not horizontal. And there you are, you got to interrupt me. And horizontal, just because the word horizontal has an etymological inheritance from the horizon doesn't mean to say it's got anything to do. And surveyors determine horizontal using an auto level and vertical. And your claims that they have something to do with the horizon is utter bollocks.
Mm-hmm.
And what about this picture Giro posted? Can you see it in the live chat?
Let me hold on.
You do realise that Rumpus is all over the place, right?
No, I've got it exactly right. You just don't. I'm just pointing out your drivel. What do you point? What's the question?
I've got on the screen
about horizon. From I assume it was from high altitude balloon.
From what, the one that Mike Jones posted or J-Ro posted?
Logic Night. Why are we talking about pictures? Is there any logic in looking at a picture?
I would agree. That's an empirical thing, science. Yes, okay. If you want to just talk about abstract geometry, then yes, this is about science and observation, which is not logic. Agreed. Yes, I would agree.
We are talking about logic, and that's why Bev was talking about argument, because this is logic.
Well, he was talking about his experiment at one point, which relies on
Rumpus.
the rises being in a straight line, and they're not. So he's completely
I've got
flawed.
that on screen, Rumpus, now. Right? It says, Proposition 1, Book 11, Euclid, states, one part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it.
No one would disagree, but your test doesn't test that because you don't have a straight line. Your rises are not in a straight line, so that you're not testing that proposition at all. I mean, the fact you don't realise this makes you a complete idiot.
Rumpus, we use a water level in this test. Because
yeah, and the rises in a water level do not form a straight line, and you are assuming they do.
I'll say that again.
A water level rises do
Rumpus.
not form a straight line. Water level rises do not form a straight line, and you're presuming they do, and therefore your test and this proposition are two completely separate things.
I'll say it again. We used a water level in our test, realizing Euclid test, because it is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Not more than two. If you have more than two rises, they're not in a straight line. So your test is completely flawed.
It doesn't say that, Rumpus. It says that a water level is a tool for establishing
but
a
you using more than two. You have got more than two rises in your test. Therefore, then they do not form a straight line. Therefore, your test is invalid.
We have two water levels.
Yes, so if you've got more than two rises, they do not form a straight line. Therefore, this has got nothing to do with the Euclid proposition.
What do you mean, hey, don't form a straight line?
And you're right. You only finally understood this, despite the fact that I've said this about 10 times so far.
I know you keep saying
the rises in a water level, if they're more than two, do not form a straight line.
So
I've now said this for the 11th time.
Is it?
Given the fact that I can't, I'm going to go anyway because I can't show you the diagram that will show you're talking bollocks. Because of course you can't because you censor diagrams.
You can post it in the live.
No,
chat.
not interested. Not interested.
You can post pictures though in the live chat, Rumpus. You can.
No, not interested. I can show you in a diagram how you're flawed, and anybody who knows anything about horizontals.
Rumpus is going. He's running out of the way because he can't do this with the water level. See you later, Rumpus.
Bye, Rumpus. And oh, by the way, have you ever done that with a water level, or are you just talking in theory what you think?
He'll have heard that McToon video.
Yeah, because if you would go out, if for the audience, if you would go out with a water level yourself, with no risers in the middle, just one single water level, which would be two ends, make any points you want, connect that line, and then go. Take that same water level and go to any points on that line or in any direction, and those points would also be on the same horizontal. So I don't think Rumpus has ever done this. I think he's just here to obfuscate something he doesn't know about, because you can practically go out in reality with a water level tool, just one of them, and do this yourself very cheaply.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so the idea of the realizing Euclid test is very simple, and it is based upon the water level. So thank you for pointing that out, Rumpus. But that would be more akin to Euclid night, I would say. It's very geometrical, talking about the straight lines, not really logical. Well, it is. There is a logical statement for it, and there's loads of logic to back it, but the actual geometry of it is more for Euclid night, to be able to prove the straight line, which we can do. There is definitely a geometric proof to show a straight line, and there is a way to replicate that in reality and check with a water level. Yes, definitely.
Yeah, and
can be done.
You don't have to have like schooling, specific training. You just have to learn how the water level works and go out in reality and do it. $100 or so would get you financially able to prove this for yourself. You don't have to trust me, Bev, or anybody else. I wouldn't definitely trust Rumpus on this because he's never used one. Go do it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd also like to point out, when asked, what is your argument that you're bringing, he brought pictures, photographs as proof. I'm not sure why that was allowed. I think we got to it in the end, but when asked what his argument was, he brought up photos showing a horizon that was apparently not horizontal, which is not proof of that. It's just a photo.
Got some.
I don't think.
Go on.
Hey, anyone got a photo of Godzilla? That make Godzilla real?
Yeah, I just don't think I don't think they understand the days. Maybe sometimes they get confused, coming on the wrong days. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, well, I think they've decided that they want to bring logic into the realms of paraconsistent logics. You know, just to throw a bit of obfuscation into logic. But that's the idea of logic, is to counter that. That is the whole purpose of logic, is to root out fallacies and spot all of this stuff. Well, I guess that's our idea of logic, right? The purpose for us to go back to the trivium is to fully arm ourselves with the best way to gain knowledge. But one of the consequences of that is that you become very good at spotting bullshit. And it's normally down to the identity of anything. That's where you can normally find the root of any of these problems. That's why you'll see us focus on those specific things quite attentively.
That's why I think that it's odd to purposely predicate on something you know is fiction. Like, what would be the purpose of that?
Nothing, only in speculation, but you can do that. But still, if you are not, you have no way to prove it, it is still begging the question. So,
well, I mean, you could prove that it's fictional, but again, like, even
no, if you prove that this is fictional, you disprove it. So this is disproof. But if you don't know if something is real or no, or true or false, you cannot create argument, because you are still will be begging the question. Begging the question, it means prove your first premise, for example, in argument. So it doesn't work that way, that if you assume something exists, it is sufficient for being a premise in argument, for example.
Well, I guess what I mean is how it exists. Like, what does it exist as?
Well, you have to keep up to date with Brenda, because Brenda said Brenda can define things into existence, i.e. just make shit up.
You are breaking.
Yeah, I think he's been away for a while. Yeah, can't hear much there, sorry.
I was just saying that's fictional. Right.
And we are talking about physical reality. It means that someone has to prove existence in physical reality of something. For example, a horizon being curved or straight. So, because this is physical reality.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know if I'm coming through yet, but
yeah, you're back.
I agree that it's all about what's real. And like I said, I mean, like Superman, you can say that Superman is a fictional character, and that would be a factual statement. But saying that Superman is a real living, thing, alien or whatever, right? That would not be a true statement. You would not be able to prove that as a true statement.
That's why we call properly Superman or Sherlock Holmes a character, not a man, real man, just character in the book.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I was trying to get at with Brenda. With if you're trying to predicate that something is fictional to state that it's fictional, then yeah, but you're not predicating on something that's fictional to prove that it's real. Like that doesn't follow.
That was a skip of the argument, though. The argument was that they cannot make an argument, not that they can't predicate upon something. I mean, like, of course you can, but you can't make it into an argument because you can't formulate.
Because you are begging the question automatically. So if you were allowed to prove something with Sherlock Holmes, you cannot prove anything because you have to prove a real existence of Sherlock Holmes in first place. And if you cannot do that, and you cannot, of course, then you will be endlessly begging the question.
And I don't know whether everybody noticed at the beginning as well. Brenda started by saying that, of course, you can predicate on something that doesn't exist. Knowing that that's the whole point of us saying you can't make an argument on the globe because the globe doesn't exist, right?
That's hypothetical.
Just so you know, Brenda is asking to be unmuted. So do you require Brenda to be unmuted or?
Well, I will want to go on to a blue marble, but since we're talking about the fact of the predication and the argument, and if that's what Brenda wants to come back and talk about, then I'm guessing, seeing as we've mentioned Brenda, it's only right to let Brenda have her say before we move on to the blue marble globe.
Yeah,
logic.
I already proved that you can make propositions about fictional entities.
Yes, but you added and arguments.
Yes, you can make propositions and arguments about fictional.
No. Yes, about proposition, because it would be meaningless anyway, because begging the question is meaningless, but not argument. Not valid argument, because begging the question is not valid argument. This is a fallacy, logical fallacy.
Give us an example, though, before you carry on.
I'll repeat it. Will you show where I'm begging the question in my argument?
Please give your argument, your best argument for something that doesn't exist.
I already gave it to you, right? Sherlock Holmes, in the book, Sherlock Holmes lives at 222 Baker Street.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not an argument, is it?
I can rebuttal that.
No, that's not an argument, though. Don't let Brenda get away with that. That's not an argument, is it? Where's the reasoning involved in that, Brenda?
That's a proposition, right?
Where's the argument?
But you agree that that's a proposition.
Where's the argument? I asked you for your best argument.
Yeah, so let's just take it step by step.
Let's carry on then. Let's make the argument. Let us do our reasoning. Go on.
Yes.
Carry on.
I want to get you on board with what I'm saying. You agree that that's a proposition, right?
That's a statement that you make about a fictional character, right? That we can't. Right. Okay.
Right. And statements are propositions.
Now make the argument, please.
And statements are propositions, right?
Okay. Let's make the argument.
Therefore, you agree that that's a proposition about Sherlock Holmes.
Just claim. You can call it proposition, but if you are unable to prove that, it's just empty claim.
All claims are propositions, correct?
Well, it's a statement if it can be either true or false. So there could be I don't know. There could be somebody called Sherlock Holmes that does indeed live at that address. And there could be, right? Or there could not be, right? So it has a possibility of being either true or false. Okay, yeah, so let's make the argument. Let's finish this. Go on.
So that's a proposition, correct? Because propositions have the quality
sounds like
of being either
to me.
Yeah, statements are propositions. They can be either
I'll
true or
just call
false.
it a statement, right? Just to keep it simple.
No, it's a proposition, correct?
What's your statement again?
Sherlock Holmes lives at 222 Baker Street, or 221.
No, you first said in the book. In the book. So
in the book.
So he lived in the book, or he lived on the Baker Street?
Are you saying that Sherlock Holmes is a real person or a fictional character in a book? What's your statement?
I'm saying that Sherlock Holmes lives at 221B Baker Street.
No. It says in the book. So you have asked author. You cannot, because he is dead now. But you can resolve that his character was fictional or real. So thus Arthur Conan Doyle has written his book and about Sherlock Holmes as a fictional person, or he was writing about a historical person.
I just want to get it straight, and I want to hear from Bev. Is this the proposition Sherlock Holmes lives at 221B Baker Street a true proposition?
Don't know. Has it been proved true yet? In order for you to be calling it true,
Okay.
Proof
Fair
somewhere,
enough.
right? Can you
Fair
finish
enough.
formulating the
Bev.
argument, and then we can see
Fair
whether
enough,
your actual proof actually works? So finish the
fair
argument,
enough.
please, Brenda.
So fair enough, Bev. Is that proposition, could it be true or false?
Let's see with your argument. Let's see how we progress. Please.
Well, I want to get
lay
you.
out
I
the
want to get
argument
you
at the best of your ability, Brenda, like we've been asking since the very beginning. Other than you making a statement about something that you've seen in a book, and
I just need to get to the. I don't seem.
No,
to be
Brenda, I'm getting bored, to be honest, and I want to move on to the blue marble.
I'm getting
logic.
I'm getting tired of your obfuscation. You refuse to admit that Sherlock Holmes lives at 221B Baker Street is a proposition. Do you agree it's a proposition that can be true or false?
Let's hear the argument, and we
I
will
want
judge
to hear
from how
your
good your
assent.
argument is. Whether
Is
we
it
can
a
actually
proposition, Bev?
provide a truth statement out of that.
See, this is good evidence that you are lying, Bev. Your refusal to assent or affirm or deny that sentence is a proposition.
We're all here to learn, Brenda. Let's carry on with the argument. Let everybody judge.
I need you to be on board. I need you to be on board that is a proposition.
You don't think very highly of me, Brenda. You don't need me to be on board anything. You go on and teach. Off you go. You've got the floor. It's logic night tonight, Brenda. You are here to show your brilliance in the argument.
I think that
Let's continue, Brenda, please, for everyone.
I think you're a person of very low moral character, right?
Why are you even talking about? Every proposition in Euclid books is starts with proposition, and then it follows with argument and conclusion. So therefore proof. So you have your proposition, and now create argument. Beth is waiting for your argument, and now you are talking about Beth and not about your argument.
Okay, so the books written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle are authoritative as to where Sherlock Holmes lives. The book states proposition 2, authoritative. Yes, they are the authority about where Sherlock Holmes resides, right? The books state that Sherlock Holmes lives at 221B Baker Street. Therefore, Sherlock Holmes lives at 221B Baker Street. Yes, a fictional character.
The fictional place where the fictional character.
Right, 221B Baker Street. Yes, 221 Baker Street is not a real place. There is no.
We're not too worried about where Sherlock Holmes lives. We're on about geometry, or we're talking about
that's not what
reality.
You're inserting yourself here.
That's what we're concerned with.
Yeah, you're not current with what the current discussion here. So the point is that I just gave a proper.
That if it's wrote down somewhere, then you can build a proof upon it, right?
What? Yes.
There you go.
So is your argument that Sherlock Holmes and the address in the book was written?
Did you not hear me?
No. So, but
I'm
what's your
clarifying.
proof?
I'm trying to clarify what your argument is.
Well,
Yes.
were you not
What you are
listening?
trying to
Would you
what
like
you are
me-
trying what you
Would
are
you like
trying
me
to
repeat
prove?
it? What would you like me to repeat it?
No. But it is your proof for what? For real existence of Sherlock Holmes?
The fact that I can give arguments about fictional characters. Was that an? Did I give an argument? Did I give an argument paper?
Argument for what?
Did I give an argument?
But what?
So,
what did
was
you
it-
prove? What
Was
did you
it an
prove?
argument? Was it an argument?
To talking and what you're
You're roboting. You're roboting. We
Yeah.
can't understand you.
when you're fictional.
You're roboting. We can't understand you.
Brenda, please
talking
stop
over him,
moderating.
That's not moderation. I'm just
Yeah,
informing
Brenda,
him.
I'm going to mute myself. Stop moderating. You're not a
That's
moderator
not
here.
moderation.
If you want to just keep out of it for a minute and we will sort it out. Don't worry about it. It's
Informing
all
somebody
going
that
to be
they're
fine,
roboting.
Brenda.
You
Informing
don't
somebody
even
that
like
they're
the people,
roboting
innit,
is
do you,
not
Brenda?
informing
You
somebody
don't
that
like
they're
them.
roboting.
Oh, come on,
Informing-
Brenda.
Informing
What?
somebody
Yeah,
that they're
keep saying
roboting
it.
is not moderation. That's not moderation.
Yeah, but the moderators will deal with it. Okay? There's no
So
need to
you-
be
do you
overly
agree-
aggressive
Do you
with
agree
your
then?
moderation, Brenda.
That's not moderation, Beth. That's not moderation. Do you agree that I gave an argument, Beth?
No, Brenda.
Oh,
No.
what prevents it from being an argument?
Because this is circular reasoning.
I know
Because-
why you did it, Brenda, and I know why you want everyone to think it is an argument. Because you want to be able to think you can have an argument about something wrote down somewhere in a book.
Yeah,
and
of course you
then
can.
be able to think that that is a valid argument when it's
Yeah,
not.
it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
No, we're just here to inform
I
people
just
that
proved
it is
to you.
not a valid
just
argument.
I just proved to you that it is.
Mhm.
Brenda, what you just prove is that a fictional character or in-book character lives at the address which was written in this book.
So could you
So-
repeat that? Could you repeat that? What?
So
let me
you
steel man you back to you. What you just said is that, Brenda, you just proved that a fictional character lives at that location, right?
No, I said that this fictional character in this book, fictional, lives in this fictional address.
Yes. And did I prove that?
Yes, so this is
Yes. Is that
reduction.
yes?
This
Oh,
is
you've just give
reduction
Brenda a
into
proof.
absurd
Is that a
because your
yes?
conclusion is absurd. You don't
Brenda,
understand
no.
that?
Brenda
What's
wants
wrong?
that as a proof. Come on.
It is a
give
proof.
Brenda, give
No,
Brenda that as a proof.
This
A
is
paper organist-
this is circular reasoning.
That's not circular.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Because what you've just said is, we can rephrase that the fictional character in this book lives in this fictional address in this book.
Yeah, that's not circular paper. That's
Yes,
not
it is.
No, it isn't. You don't know what the word circular means. What is a circular argument? What is a
Brenda,
circular
you
argument?
wanted
Oh,
you
come
wanted to
on,
define
Brenda.
terms,
Right,
Definitely not
right.
straight.
Okay.
How long
I
do we
want to
allow
move
this?
on. Yes, I'm
Yeah.
moving on right now.
Thank God.
I've got. It's
You
been
don't
on screen
know.
for ages. There's a blue
You don't-
marble logical statement that
Yeah,
Blue
you
Marble's
don't
made.
know what a
Brenda,
circular argument
Brenda,
is.
please.
Brenda, do you hear Beth
Brenda,
talk?
moving on. Moving
We're
on,
moving
Brenda.
on.
You-
That's it's getting a bit old. So
Yeah,
we
you
are
won,
moving
Brenda.
on. So this is a statement that we got from Blue Marble. We saved it for Logic Night, obviously, because the Globe guys are getting good at it. Well, Globe Science, frantic bunny ears. And Blue Marble Science says, if the Earth is flat, P, the horizon can never be in front of any distant object, Q. We see the horizon in front all the time, not P. Therefore, the Earth is not flat, not Q. How's that, he says. Anybody want to have a go at that? I mean, it's been on screen for quite a while, and most people have looked at it. Anyone see the glaring mistake to start off with?
I'm looking down a road right now, and there's a bunch of trees blocking what's behind the trees. So I can't really see the horizon.
Right, well, I'll read it out again, right? If the Earth is flat, P, premise, antecedent, the horizon can never be in front of any distant object, Q, in front. The horizon can never be in front of any distant object.
This is not true because it can be, and we can see many times that
but
there
it's
are.
got if the Earth is flat.
Yes. This is false dichotomy. This is false dichotomy. Mm-hmm. This is creating false dichotomy.
Yeah. Well, if the Earth is flat, then you'd be on the plane.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at with the trees. I mean, if Earth was flat, then I wouldn't be able to see the trees in the way of what's behind them.
There would be no trees.
So this is malfunction because he should say, as a P, he should say if horizon is a flat plane or a plane.
Yeah.
Not if the Earth is flat, but if horizon is a plane, the horizon can never be in front of any distant object, and this is Q. This is obviously false.
Okay, then he says then we see the horizon in front all the time, not P. What's P? If the Earth is flat. So we see the horizon in front all the time, not P. Therefore, the Earth is not flat, not Q. And what's Q? The horizon can never be in front of any distant object.
He's actually right.
He's got it all backwards.
Well,
he says,
like,
how's that?
If the Earth is flat is his first mistake.
Yeah, but he says it's P, yeah.
The Earth is obviously not flat.
Yeah.
So his premise is wrong in the first place.
Yeah, the initial premise is wrong. But the whole form, like, what would you say that was? Where he's gone, if P, then Q, and then what's the form of what he's done? Because according to him, he's done if P, then Q, not P, not Q. In what he's wrote in brackets.
I'm gonna
anyway.
take a
blue tolerance.
I'm gonna take a. I'm going to take a number out of Blue's playbook and say that sounds like something a sixth grader in the introductory to logic would have written down.
Well, that is, I think, Rakir, if you notice what he's done, he said that we see the horizon in front all the time, not P. But that's the P is that if the Earth is flat, he's put it in the wrong place. Yes. He's made one of those mistakes, probably. He's meant to, right? Just to see how sharp everybody is.
I think
and whether they pick him up. Yeah, he's one of them. Like a Blue Marble Science special.
Like how many mistakes are in the statement here? Well, we caught the first one, and then we caught the one
in the form of the logical statement, right?
There's probably more if you look. He's probably put more in there. He's not trying to deceive us. He's just trying to
Well,
see
yeah,
how smart we are.
in front of kind of begs the question, doesn't it?
Yeah,
If the Earth is a flat, what's flat? If the Earth is what?
And it's either horizon in front. Well, where do you see it? You definitely don't see it unless you've got a mirror, right? I mean, you could have a mirror and see it behind you, right? I mean, you could disprove that with a mirror.
Front of what? That's what really caught my eye the first, because I heard you say it and it didn't catch, but when I went back and read it, I was like, in front.
But I suppose if you were looking in the mirror, technically you could argue that in front is looking where you're looking with your eyes. Even though you are looking behind through the mirror, you are looking at it in front. So the horizon
or is he talking about...
would be in front.
Go
on.
Or is it from the perspective of the thing you're looking at?
Hey,
looking
it's
back
a
blue statement. I think it's the blue statement should be all encompassing. Like there shouldn't be any question as to what he's saying in the statement. And
well,
there's a lot of
there isn't.
What the hell is he saying?
Rakia said at the beginning, right? His initial premise was obviously false, but that was the idea of Blue's logic, right? He was ending up to tell you that it obviously isn't flat.
And if you're looking, without using a mirror, everything is in front.
Yeah. I mean, that's about as good as your globe logic is ever going to get, right? If the Earth was flat, it'd be fucking ridiculous, and it isn't flat, therefore it isn't flat. Brilliant.
No, I agree with him, actually. Yeah. If it was flat, it would be weird. Like, it would be just, things would be ass backwards and wouldn't seem right. Wouldn't seem like what we observe now. He's correct on that, because it's not flat.
Yes, but still, in his meaning, it is not non sequitur, because it doesn't follow that if the Earth is flat, the horizon can never be seen from any distant object. And he is, of course, he is confused. Therefore, not the Earth is not flat. It should be not P and not Q. And so not P and not Q should be exchanged.
He's in with the Brenda possibility, right? It isn't flat. So you're predicating upon something that obviously isn't true, right? It's a false statement to start off with. How would you know what it's like if it was flat?
Fantasy. Yeah, fantasy.
And it would still not be proof, for example, for a globe.
Well,
because it has to be if the Earth is a globe or something like that. Because if the Earth is flat or not flat, it doesn't mean automatically that being not flat means globe.
That's what I was saying. Well, there is no argument for the globe. Right, because this is an argument of negativity for something that doesn't exist.
Fantasy. Which, I mean, there's no logic in fantasy. That's why Brenda's fantasy model, trying to use logic, it's not. That's not logic. That's not reality.
It's a good attempt, though, right? I mean, it's about as good as you'd expect. Like trying to formulate logic from within a fictional book. If that doesn't tell you what Brenda's got planned in the future for the globe, because they're definitely not going to reality.
Next
that's
argument,
the dilemma of the dialethiist, right?
No, I think this is normal argument from globals, because someone wrote something in the book. It means that it is real, like Sherlock Holmes. This is that kind of argument.
More fantasy, right? Like more space talk, more. Sherlock Holmes lives here because the author put it down on paper. It's fantasy. It's made up stuff that they dwell on. They use it in every premise. I never saw it before, but it's kind of scary how many times it's used, even in real world.
Yeah, non-argument, right? When you find yourself having a non-argument, there's no way you can win. It's just an argument to nothing.
It's just a waste of time.
Yeah.
It's filler. It's time filler for Brenda. I mean, it's all it is. I hate to say it. I'm, it's not just her, right? I've done this before too, but it's just, let me see how far I can take this, right? It's almost like a troll. Like, let me see who bites on this. You're smarter than you look. Well, depending on how you answer or how you react to that proves how smart you are. Brenda does it all day, every day. It's brilliant, actually. Now, why she does it might make her psychologically unstable. Why? But the actually being able to do it for so long and get away with it and let her continue to do it for hours and hours is what I question.
Brenda still cannot understand why, for example, in this example of Sherlock Holmes, why it is a circular reason, because Arthur Conan Doyle wrote about Sherlock Holmes and wrote about this address. So the proof is that he wrote both. He wrote that Sherlock Holmes was, and he wrote that Sherlock Holmes lived there. So this is not a proof.
Yeah.
So
the argument is about the actual guy that wrote the book, right? And what he wrote within the story that he wrote. The actual person, the real man that did write the story. That's what Brenda's trying to make an argument about, except Brenda's trying to move it to the words within the book. And that's pretty dangerous for people imagining that they can start to make arguments, i.e. entire debates about what somebody wrote in a book. I don't want to be involved in any arguments about Santa Claus's inner linings of his boots, whether they're wool or cotton or whatever. I mean, it's useless.
Of course.
Mm-hmm. That's the point to make, right? That what Brenda was trying to do was trying to inject an argument from a book, a fictional book. Said so as well. So we've got another one. This one's a bit more of an attempt at geometric arguments. See what you think of this one. If all horizontals on the Earth are parallel, then any two verticals to the horizontal at different locations will be parallel to each other. Verticals at different locations on the Earth are not parallel to each other. This isn't my logic. 3. Therefore, horizontals on the Earth are not all parallel with each other. What do you think of that one? Anyone want to dissect that as a logical statement?
Yes, modus tollens. He is creating modus tollens, but this second statement should be the check. But verticals at different locations on Earth are not parallel to each other. It is should be the proof. This check.
Yeah.
So it have to be checked if it is true, because it cannot be claim only, because empty claim cannot be proof. So if it is proven to be so, it would be proof for this statement, this modus tollens. But we know this is empty claim. Verticals at different locations on Earth are parallel or are not proven to be not parallel. So this is no argument here in this second statement, because nobody checked that they are not parallel.
Oh, I think they might be listening. If there is anybody listening in, that knows of any anybody that claims to have measured verticals not being parallel? Goes against geometry. But if anybody knows of anybody that's done that, send it in. Let us know. And we'll gladly have a look over them. I doubt it very much there will be anybody that's done that, though. I mean, it sounds fantastical. Somebody coming up with a proof of verticals not being
so
vertical,
this second statement is just a lie. This is lie. This is untrue statement, because you cannot say, nobody can say that verticals are divergent, for example, because nobody checked it as such.
Mm-hmm.
So this statement in the second sentence is just a lie.
It's a very bold claim, right? Mid-sentence of what, like, starts off, if all horizontals on Earth are parallel, then any two verticals to that horizontal at different locations will be parallel to each other. Well, that's basically definition 3 in book 11. Perpendicular to that plane will be perpendicular when it's at right angles to every straight line meeting it within the plane. So basically, it sounds like what he's doing there is taking that and then saying not that. Just because. So yeah, that's a very, very big claim. Like I say, if there's anybody around, any living shadow giants that have made any impossible claims about doing anything like this, let us know and we'll go over it.
You can make impossible claims, but you have to prove them. You have to prove it, to show your black swan. Yeah. Verticals being divergent, for example.
And we have been asking for the method, because I mean, this seems to be well, like Jesse Kozlowski said, that the water level drops from the horizontal. Well, what this seems to say is that horizontal would bend, wouldn't it?
Of course.
Which is a big geometric claim again. Like, I'm pretty sure Brenda tried to do that earlier. Try and make a claim that the horizontal parallel to the plane of the horizon. Brenda wanted to curve that plane, which isn't really possible for planes, logically or geometrically. And we can go over that on Euclid night. But these logical claims that seem to be getting made are easily checkable, right? If anybody's got anybody that claims to have verticals at different locations of the Earth are not parallel, to show us where these non-parallel verticals, because how could you have one of them being vertical and the other one being vertical and they're both tilting differently?
And this is, in this statement, it is also begging the question, because first you have to prove bending horizontal, and then you can claim that verticals are divergent on that horizontal bending. So claiming that verticals are divergent without proving that horizon is curved is begging the question, because you cannot.
This one's got nothing about the horizon.
If you cannot prove by citing verticals as divergent, to see two different verticals in two different locations as divergent, if you cannot see that, you can only prove that or trying to prove by proving horizontal being bendy. So then you can claim that therefore verticals are divergent. So, but of course, this is begging the question because nobody proved that horizontal are bending.
Yeah. Interesting though, isn't it? The arguments that some people, I mean, who would imagine that they would come up with these sort of logical arguments? See what that one is.
So another last my statement about this second sentence. It has to be common notion. If someone cannot prove it, but it can be, for example, obvious as common notion. But of course, common notion is that verticals are parallel, because if we hang two plumb bobs in different location, we can see that they are parallel. So it is against common notion. So again, this is very hard to prove that verticals are not parallel. And putting them as a proof in modus tollens is just outrageous for me. Preposterous.
Yeah, I noticed that they're not establishing a horizontal at the target with these claims. So how can they determine what the angle is at the target from horizontal?
Well, it is actually the angle between, well, because you know you need two straight lines, and it's an angle between a horizontal and a horizontal on their model, which is fantastic.
Yeah, but I mean they're only at one location at a time, so they're only able to measure an angle with this angle measuring device at that location of the instrument. They're not establishing a horizontal from point to point.
Yeah, but they're making on their model, they're making a divergence where the angle is measured from a horizontal to a horizontal equipotential angle of adjustment. Think about it for a sec. An angle, you start off at horizontal and you move to the horizontal to stop the angle. Literally. That's what they're doing. And this is the last one we've got here. These are the guys on Twitter, and they're loving having a go at this. He says they look for anything they can take out of context or use of a colloquialism. They can't argue on the science or the facts, so they resort to that. Pointless going to these rooms achieves nothing. This is a guy telling everybody to not bother coming here. I mean, that's fine. If you don't want to come here and don't want to have a conversation, that's fine. We understand. And then Chaiki says, I just made up, this is Chaiki, that has been around this arena, but he's now gone on Twitter with a sole account just to talk to me, apparently, and comment on any comment I ever make to anybody on Twitter. Chaiki's like a little pet that comes around with me all over the place on Twitter. It's great having a grown, I'm guessing a boomer, triggered, commenting on every post you ever make. Right, he says, I just made up a new term, flirting the consequences. Is a joke teller as well for the Globe. Plato says, can't even name logical fallacies correctly. He was using the term diletheist yesterday, when the term is diletheism. Pretentious prick made himself look like a right Burke. Yeah, I have made a diletheist up, mainly because of Brenda. We know it's diletheism, and there's no such thing as a diletheist, except when you think of Brenda, then yeah, because diletheism is just a little axiom you place within your logical structure. It's not a new logical system. Therefore, you can't have an ist, except when you take it to the extreme, like Brenda, or seems to be anybody talking to me. They have to go against whatever I say as a matter of purpose. And that leads to contradictions being formed immediately. And Brenda does it all the time. That's why I called the diletheist. It doesn't actually exist. There's no such thing. We know that. Just a little bit of fun we have with words. Show people. And then Anonymous, who's obviously anonymous for a reason. Anonymous. Also, on his Discord, they were critiquing my syllogism. And they said, my first premise was a non sequitur. A premise being a non sequitur, he said. It's one of the critiques that we had of globe logic.
Because this premise was conditional, if then, and it was non sequitur. Yes, in conditional you can have non sequitur. Yes.
Yes.
That's correct.
And it was like awful logic, but I mean they are getting better. Brenda's trying to form arguments in books. It's a step up for a bit. I mean, it's took them quite a while to try and work some way to join in with Logic Night. Somebody say Rumpus was back. Or is he? Oh, he is back. Is he going to wait? Is he Rumpus want to come into Logic Night? What's everybody think? Or should we try Logic with Rumpus?
Will be fun.
Okie dokie.
Last time you tried, you asked his logical argument, and he brought up a photo.
Yeah, I don't think he has an argument, but I mean, Rumpus is deafened, he's listening in. You can see that there, Rumpus. I've just unmuted you, so you can either leave, so you can come back in and shout whatever you want, whenever you want to come in next time, or you can just come into the conversation. Try to bring an argument or talk about something we've talked about tonight. One of the logical arguments. Otherwise, has anybody else ever heard any arguments for the globe? Does anybody think Rumpus is actually going to make an argument for his test? Because, I mean, obviously, ours was based on realizing Euclid. So, the propositions and everything are fully done within Euclid. And all of the proofs and the definitions, all of the propositions that we used are all listed. If you go on the level.live/realizing Euclid, you'll be able to read through the beginnings of what I'm writing. I've got to the point where I've wrote all of the definitions and propositions that we've done. They are all pictured within there, so you can actually check the ones that I've used, and I've wrote them, listed them. Everyone can check for themselves. That's how far I've got with the realizing Euclid. I'm going to make an update to it to incorporate perpendiculars at each point, purposely to show the level I'm going to upgrade. Yeah. So if Rumpus does want to come in, everybody's keen to know about the introduction to the globe. Or you don't understand the globe. You don't understand. Because I think Rumpus was the first you don't understand that Buster did. I think Buster did the you don't understand song mainly because we had just heard Rumpus say it about 50 times, I think. It's sort of Rumpus's tagline. But it sort of stops him from having to explain that he does understand it. He can't pass on any of his understanding ever. I'm hoping you might be able to do now, though. Is Rumpus's understanding of the globe passed on? Or maybe it might just be a series of you don't understands. I hope he's not done that. But either way, it'll be a video for the ages. Sure, it'll be a hit. On his YouTube channel. Couple of days, he says. Rumpus, if you want to come in at any time to promote your launch of your new video over the next couple of days, and then the demonstration that you were going to do about the double drop and the hump being the same. I'm working on a video for I think I'm going to do a globe modus tollens for the team Globe Science, the Globe Science modus tollens, done by I Can Science That. Think we can get Blue Marble involved in on it. Anybody else know anybody that's got involved with the horizontal water forming a plane? Because if you do, I think didn't we have Bob one? A perfect tangent plane. Didn't we have? I'm pretty sure we had Bob with a pool of water, and that pool of water formed a plane. Tangent. He did call it a tangent.
This is nonsense.
Yeah.
Because there is no tangent line or plane to another plane.
Well, but what he was saying in his mixed up way, right, that the water that he was using was a plane. If water forms a plane, he called it a tangent. But it tangents straight, right? The water is a plane. If water forms a perfect plane, then there can be no globe. He's obviously mistaken about the tangent or the plane. Who knows? Do you have a technique when you get a sextant by rebounding off a mirrored surface? It has to be a plane surface, otherwise you wouldn't get a direct result for the mirrored bounce off. So that's what Bob was doing. He was using water as a plane So yeah, if anybody else knows of any other Team Globe Science, Frantic Bunny Ears, that has inadvertently said that water forms a plane, a horizontal plane, let us know, and we'll compile a globe modus tollens from what I Can Science said about the. Should I get it? I'll put it in the chat so everybody can hear. There you go. It's only 40 odd seconds. So I mean, I don't know whether this is. I'm just gonna play it now. You guys in Discord, you won't be able to hear it. 40 odd seconds.
Plane. If water forms a perfect plane, there can be no globe. You cannot have a globe. You cannot have a globe if water forms a plane. You cannot have a globe. I think everybody can agree to that.
Whoa, that's good.
See you later.
You cannot have a globe if water forms a plane.
Thank you.
And if science tells us that the ocean is a globe, science cannot tell us water forms a plane. You cannot have a globe.
Science.
If a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane, poof goes the globe.
Sorry.
Yep. All right, there you go. So that's a bit of a problem if water forms a plane. But if anybody knows of anybody that's ever said that water forms a plane, like we've been hearing just recently, that apparently has consequences of what sort of names you can call people if they actually do think that water forms a plane. Because of what I Can Science that's just said. So that's logic. Really. Like it's meant to be. If water forms a plane, then there can be no globe. Words of I Can Science that. Very simple statement. That's the idea of logic, is meant to be to make things as simple as possible. And I think I Can Science that was probably one of the best globe logicians there is yet to date. That is probably one of the best formulated logical statements I've ever heard coming from the globe side.
But unfortunately, he disproved the globe.
Well, you can, yeah, that's the thing. You can actually prove that water does form a plane. There is proof for that. But still, some of the best logic I've actually seen yet. And we thank him for that. If he ever does, like the offer is still open. If he wants to work through any of the proofs that we have, we will gladly do that. And if he wants to show us any of his proofs, we will also do that and work through it. We call him the spaghetti scientist because, well, maybe like he likes to call himself science, but it is really, he tried to do Euclidean geometry with spaghetti and a cell phone. It's pretty embarrassing. Pretty much very embarrassing. I'm just having a look in the YouTube chat. Anything good going on?
But still, I am afraid that spaghetti doesn't follow the law of communicating vessels. So I think he cannot prove anything with spaghetti.
Yeah, see, there is physics. You know, the law of communicating vessels. That's a law within physics. Scientific law, would you say? A natural law?
Both, because physical is natural.
Yeah.
Nothing in physical world can be unnatural. You cannot meet any unnatural things in a physical world.
But that would be considered scientific, right? Anything within the natural world would also have to be, in the true sense of science, right? The acquisition of knowledge, you would have to take into account these physical laws that have been laid down by the original shadow giants. Or what do you call it? A shadow giant with a law that's laid down? Because they do seem to break them now, don't they? Could you have ever been a shadow giant if they decide to create a new shadow giant to overshadow you? Or would you call them original giants? I wouldn't know. But I do think at the minute the globe are missing some real life shadow giants for the globe. They've been and they've gone, obviously, because they've already been exposed as not having an argument. And a shadow giant can't expose themselves to any questioning or anything. May sound like I'm rambling, but the particular shadow giants I'm talking about are the ones like Jesse Kozlowski, the surveyors, the supposed globe surveyor, Frantic Bunny Ears, globe surveying. He's gone, but he's the one that's laid down a load of claims. We went over it last night. And it's going to become more and more apparent when we go through logic, trivium, and geometry. We can link all of these things together to prove the ridiculousness of the non-arguments that will not come from the globe side. There will be no arguments come from the globe side, and there will be proofs through argumentation that comes from us. Genuine proofs. And yet you're gonna hear about a load of upset people with no argument trying to enter the fray with no argument, and it's going to become apparent. I'm thinking it's going to be that tough soon that we are going to have to be moderating way more harshly than we ever have done before. It's pretty obvious that the guys that have left us alone on these logic, trivium, and geometry nights, they're getting brave. They're coming in. They're believing they can make arguments from fictional books to bring them in. I say, bring it on. But the Brenda interruption tonight was getting a bit too much. I think we ended it well enough. I was hoping Buster was coming in. How long am I? It's really early. Has anybody got any other arguments or anything? to go over? Logical, or should we have a delve into the stolen concept fallacy? The idea of a stolen concept, at least. Let me find a little thing I've got about it. Right, here we go. This is from Wiki. Now, this should be apparent, right? It goes without saying, but you need to know that these things are there in order to be able to see them. So, stolen concept. The fallacy of the stolen concept, also known as the fallacy of the self-negating statement. We say self-refutation, self-refuting statement, is the logical fallacy of implicitly affirming what that one wants to disprove, or alternatively, implicitly denying what one wants to prove. That is, the conclusion contradicts one of the premises. Often because one of the premises contains an internal contradiction. More formally, the fallacy starts with the premise P and somehow reaches the conclusion not P. The term stolen concept refers to a concept that is stolen from the context that gives that concept meaning. Now, this is the part of logic that does a lot of people's heads in. And this, upon hearing what I've just said there, sounds very confusing. Doesn't really make sense. But this is the way the stolen concept fallacy works. Somebody makes a statement that doesn't really make sense, and they keep talking, and you don't have time to process that thing that didn't really make sense. And in that, there's a possibility that in your not really understanding what they said with a little bit of confusion, you could have let them get by with the stolen concept fallacy, which means that it refuted itself. It's a meaningless statement that somebody can say that means nothing. It's about as meaningful or meaningless as somebody trying to argue about some fictional words that were wrote in a book about a fictional person. But this stolen concept fallacy is right in front of your faces, and it has been for quite a while. A lot of the Globers have been using it all the time, and because they have it wrapped up in what we call a paralogism, it's something that they can't see, because once they do see it, it would mean that they see the stolen concept that they're relying on, which would then refute the model that they're trying to use. I.e., the globe model's not there, it's not real. And there's something in it that's wrapped up with a stolen concept right in the middle of it. And that's why they have problems. Not only is it that they cannot formulate an argument, they don't know how to, because of things like a stolen concept. If you can't see a stolen concept based in a proof that you've already accepted, then that turns into a paralogism. You can't see it. You become blind to it. If you build upon this proof that you've now turned into a paralogism, you can never return back to it to affirm it, because you've already done it. Wally is one of the biggest ones. But Jesse Kozlowski does it too. The guy from Maine also does it. Anytime, well, Jesse Kozlowski did it on Rakir's Bridge, across Lake Rakir. I heard somebody do it the other day. Wally's doing it all the time. He's posting it in the chat. It's not really worth me going over it because it is more of a for Euclid night. But just to put it out there that this concept, the idea of it, is a self-refuting claim. Takes a bit for you to find it, but just be aware it's out there, and we will explain it a bit more. But this one is one of the biggest globe warriors around. But don't worry about it if you can't see it. If you have a globe model, you will never be able to see this, and you will end up in so many arguments, because it takes a bit of processing to go over just exactly how a stolen concept fallacy would work, because it's very intricate and very it's like a magic trick, really. It is good fun to try and practice finding these fallacies. That's the idea of logic. Logic night is the idea of logic is to root out fallacies within statements that people say. It's useful because within argumentation or talking to people, it's very good to be able to see the fallacies. It's not so good for the people that you're talking to, because they get a bit annoyed about your exactness of how you formulate the things. I guess I've always been a bit like that anyway. So anybody got any comments on stolen concept fallacy? Other than, I mean, we go over it in the Discord. If you want to come, and you know, if you don't understand any of this, we do go over it in the Discord off air, because some of the stuff we talk about obviously isn't really for the ears of people that listening.
I'll bet there's a lot of people that have a question as to what you're talking about, but are maybe too tentative or hesitant to ask.
Yeah, the stolen concept fallacy. If you've been in the Discord chat, then you would know that I've been telling Wally and Jesse and everybody else that they've been using a stolen concept fallacy in order to use it as a proof for the globe model. Obviously, like we've said, the globe doesn't have an argument, whereas Wally actually thinks he does, but he's not brave enough to step up and say, yes, I have an argument here, because, as we've been telling him, he has a stolen concept fallacy and he can't see it himself within his argument, that we know that they don't have any arguments. So therefore, Wally must be very dubious about what he thinks his argument is. And there have been other claims. Like, an argument can be basically made into a claim system. And if you make a claim, then you should be able to make an argument around that claim to end up proving what it is you're claiming you've done. Practical application of logic and arguments into statements of reality that you can base things around. And yeah, Wally and quite a few other people, Al-Biruni, stolen concept fallacy. Like I say, I don't really need to go into it anymore. But the people, obviously, that are listening in, hopefully they will look into their claims a bit more. And like I say, if you do want to know, come on into the Discord and we will work through these things with people. It takes time. It's not able to be doing it on nights like this, the live shows. For a different reason we do the live shows. Hopefully to bring people like Rumpus and that in. But I'm guessing he's just sitting out his time. He might get kicked soon for being in here too long. Anybody got anything else they would like to go over? No. Not even any sign of of Buster. God, we've been going for 2 hours now, guys. So anybody wants to open the conversation up to anything else? I think Buster said he wanted to do something, so we'll have to keep going for a little bit longer. Maybe go over a video or something. Was there any videos that we needed to go over? I think there wasn't there?
Well, I wouldn't mind asking you about what you meant earlier, like when people present a photograph from an instrument eyepiece. They're at one location, and it being Euclid night and everything. Like, how do you determine an angle at just the one location to something? Like, if I guess what I'm saying is, like, the horizontal, you're trying to determine an angle from horizontal to determine if it's parallel to the angle that you think that you're at the instrument, without relating the two locations via an established horizontal. So like how do you build a box from one corner to the other without knowing what the side of the box is?
Yeah, you've got no length of side. You've just literally got one angle, and you can do fuck all with that one angle. With no length to sides, no nothing. You can't build a triangle with one angle. So all claims about anything about that fall short upon the argument. There is no argument that they could claim.
Can I ask a quick question? Maybe shoot off topic a little bit about them drawing triangles on balls.
Yeah, can we make sure if you want to go to drawing lines on balls.
Yeah, because you know how they say that a triangle has more than 180 degrees on a ball? How are they drawing squares? And what kind of angles would you get then? Well, even though you can't even get an angle off the curved surface. But
you can't draw a square.
These are the things they say though. Like
who
yeah,
says
there are
it?
no straight lines.
Right.
There are no straight lines on a curved surface.
Yeah.
Like you can't. It's curved, like the surface.
Yeah, always.
So
you
therefore,
cannot, if
no
you
square,
cannot on the sphere,
no triangle.
Yes, no triangle, no squares, nothing, no straight lines. So you cannot draw straight line on a curved surface. So the whole 10 first books of Euclid would be useless. All his proofs, all his arguments, theorems, propositions are useless if you can do geometry on the sphere. That's why first 10 books are about plane. You are drawing on a plane because you can draw a straight line on a plane, and you cannot draw a straight line on a sphere.
Yeah, even to the point that you can't have a circle.
Well said.
Yeah, I didn't know how much you wanted to get into the stolen concept, Bev, but that touches directly on it. Like it hits a nail right on the head. You know what paper said, so.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah, the stolen concept is it's better, I think, to call it a self-refuting claim.
Yes,
that makes better sense, really.
Yes, like shooting your own foot. So you are trying to disprove something and accidentally you prove otherwise. So in a discussion, you just shot your own foot.
Yeah. Using the thing that you're trying to disprove to prove the thing you're trying to disprove.
Yeah. Yeah, using the thing in your initial statement only to disprove that thing that you used was what it was. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous statement, and most people won't understand what we're talking about. But purposely, we will explain it over the next few coming weeks. You just want to see what the reaction is first to people about the stolen concept fallacy. It'll probably confuse a lot of the globe obsessed people, because they'll be looking for where it is, but it's wrapped up in a paralogism that they won't be able to see.
In other words, there is no stolen concept fallacy.
Oh, yes, there is.
Oh, yeah? Lay it on the line then.
There is.
Describe it in
It's based
detail,
around
specifics.
triangles.
Right on cue, NASA. Right.
Are you gonna let him produce it?
Alphag doesn't know what it is. That's why he's come in to find out.
List it, Bev,
but he won't,
in detail.
He won't be able to see it anyway. And
because there isn't
watch, one. Yeah, you're gonna watch. I know. Don't worry about it, Alphag. You won't be able to see it anyway. You
List it, Bev.
You just pretend that it doesn't involve you, and it isn't there. Don't worry about it. I wouldn't want to pretend that it was there.
Stop deflecting. In detail,
okay,
what
you
is
sound
it?
like you're saying, "Show me my nose."
Mm-hmm.
Show me nose. I don't show it. Show me nose.
Mm-hmm.
You are
You're
roboting. Sorry.
roboting pretty bad.
So no, Bev, you're not going to list it for everybody?
No, I did just say over the next few weeks I will be doing, but you can have a look for it yourself. It's definitely there.
Yeah, no stolen concept fallacy.
It has been confirmed by quite a few.
Oh, I'm sure it has.
Mm-hmm. It definitely has.
What about the concept of a straight line on a ball?
And
hang on, I got to train. I got to mute.
Well, Bev did
that's a good
confirm that you
idea.
can get area for a sphere,
Okay.
which is a two-dimensional measurement calculation.
Okay, so
That with four two-dimensional measurements.
He did it yesterday. Were you here, Rob? He absolutely confirmed.
That's what you're doing, right? You're using.
I'm here every day.
You're using 2D to confirm 3D. Confirm 2D on 3D.
Can you calculate area on a sphere, Bev? You said yesterday you could. Yes.
Sort of a stolen concept fallacy wrapped
So,
up in that. There
Bev, explain to everybody how you can make a two-dimensional calculation on the surface of a three-dimensional object, which you say does not have a two-dimensional surface.
Yeah, a ball is not 2D.
How do we calculate area then, Bev?
A ball, I'm saying it again. A ball is not 2D.
No, but the surface of the ball is.
No.
Please
no,
make an argument for.
Sure, I can calculate the area of a ball, and the response will be in units squared because it is a two-dimensional measurement. That is verified.
Okay, so you
so
think
explain to everybody how we get area.
The surface is 2D.
The surface is 2D, yes. All surfaces are 2D.
No, 2D is a plane surface.
Yes, and that's why you are incorrect.
Oh, really, Paper? Do you want a definition of area to prove you wrong?
Yes, because in 2D space, it means that we are considering one plane, but the surfaces in the sphere, there are multiple, infinite number of surfaces in different angles or different directions. So you are adding different planes, different infinite planes, like in a cube. If you have a cube, you have six. Wait a second. You have 6 surfaces, planes in different planes in different dimensions.
Paper.
So you can add that, but it doesn't mean that all of surfaces of the cube are in 2D space. They are occupying 3D space, not 2D.
Look at the definition of area in the chat.
Wow. Whose definition is that? Is that like written from a book?
Yes, Bev,
it's an argument like Brenda brought. An argument
from
a book.
What do you think about that? So area, you can calculate area on a curved surface. Now we know that area is calculated in units squared.
Are you sure?
Not units cubed.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Do you think
Bev.
pi r squared is a curved surface?
Bev?
Do you?
Do you think that pi r squared is a curved surface?
Rob, that's an equation, not a surface. I'm sure you can figure that out.
But you just said that you can calculate. So this is calculation. 4 pi r squared.
Right. paper, but you can verify that calculation. It's been tested many, many times.
Is that on a
As
curved
Bev
surface?
has tested Pythagorean theorem himself to be
Is
valid,
that on
yet
a
it's a
curved
calculation.
Is pi r squared a curved surface? Or is 4 of them? Is 4 pi r squared a curved surface?
That's an equation, Bev.
Please answer the question.
Yes,
is it
it's an
a
equation.
curved surface?
I'll give you a new
It is
question.
an
Instead of
equation.
hang on, instead of calculating the surface area of a sphere, how would you go about measuring the surface area of a sphere?
You could use any tool that you want, Rob.
You don't
You're
need
gonna have
tool.
to be a little more specific than that.
You don't
No,
need
I'm not, Rob. If you don't know how you would go about measuring it, then that's your own problem.
I'm gonna go. Okay, good job, bro. Good job.
Yeah,
measuring.
great job, Rob. Doesn't know how to measure a curved, object because nobody's ever done that before. Good one, Rob.
NASA, I have a question. Is a straight line a dimension? Length.
Is a straight line what? You're really quiet.
Is a straight line called length a dimension? Is length dimension?
Yeah, length is a dimension.
And if I have straight line with length and curved line with length, which one of them are one dimension, length dimension?
Both of them are.
So we have a straight dimension, straight line dimension, and curved line dimension. And we are from what you said. So this is contradiction, because dimension is the same word as measuring, and we are always measuring with straight lines. So curved lines cannot be measurement, therefore they cannot be as a representation of dimension. Only
Paper.
straight line can be dimension.
I can stop you right there, Paper. Do flexible measuring tapes exist?
Of course.
Can you use it to measure something?
You can.
Therefore, curved surfaces can be measured, and it is valid as verified by a measuring tool that curves. So what you said
4 pi
is
r
wrong,
squared curved?
idiotic, and you must be a moron if you think that.
No, because you are mistaken, because this curved.
I'm not mistaken, Paper.
Wait
I can
a
take
second.
a curved,
I am making
soft
an
measuring
argument. I am making an
tool,
argument.
and I can wrap it around something that curves and get an accurate
So
measurement
first-
of it in units. It
So
doesn't require
first-
a
so-
straight line
So
to
first-
measure.
So
That's
first, you-
stupid.
first
So
you
really,
so
you're going to tell
why-
me right now that we can't have a
Okay.
circumference of a circle because we can't measure it because it's curved.
Yes, because we can measure circumference of the circle only by means of straight line that is diameter.
No, you can wrap a measuring device around it to measure it.
You can establish length of curved line only by means of straight line. So you have straight line first, and you can measure this curved line with a straight line, like a circle is measured by diameter. And then, if you have established a ratio between straight line and a circle, that is pi, then you can use that curved line as a measurement, of course, but first you have to have a straight line, and dimension itself is a straight line only. That's why coordinate system is based on straight lines only.
And the r that's also within the formula is the r for the same circle that the pi is related to also. So both the pi and the r are straight lines, and the r squared means it's a circle, 2D, like a real 2D circle. Doesn't mean the surface of the sphere is 2D, does it? Because it's obviously not. It's not a circle. The calculation does give you a circle, 4 of them. You finished, paper? Can we let Alpha go?
Yes. So the length, because this is confusion about length, because length, for example, if we have horizontal line, like in coordinates, the Cartesian coordinate system. So we have line X and line Y, and we can say that line X, for example, horizontal, has length. And we can say that line Y, that is vertical, has length. So it would mean that they are in one dimension, but this is not true, because one of these lengths we are calling length, like horizontal, and this vertical we would call breadth. And third, we can call depth, for example. But taking these lines separately, we are calling them that they have length, only one dimension. So naming them breadth and height and whatever else, it is only because of relation, perpendicular relation to that. So if we are calling length with horizontal line, therefore for vertical we are calling the same length, we are calling just breadth. This is convention. But in fact, taking them separately, we are talking about one dimension, only with straight line, because both coordinate system lines are straight lines.
Yeah,
and
straight line is one dimension, length and breadth, the plane, 2 dimensions. Add in the third dimension, length, breadth, depth, solid reality.
Yes, but still, if we curve line, we are falling into second dimension, and this line have also one has also only length, but this length is already in second dimension if we curved line. And we can even curved line more, because we can curved line from one plane to another, and we can have one length in 3 dimensions, like spiral line, for example, spiral line. This is one. It would be contradiction to say that one-dimensional line is in 3 dimensions. Or line has length, but this length, if it is curved, it is falling into second, or eventually
You need the second dimension, the 2D, in order to form the curved line, because you need a radius in order to do the curve. So it's obvious you need 2 points, and you need that line to lie within the plane in order for you to describe the rest of the 2D.
That's my point, is that a dimension can be only straight line, not curved. You cannot have curved dimension. That's why the length, the line which has length, is only dimension. You can call length dimension if this length is straight. if this length is curved, you cannot say that this is dimension, because it is already in second dimension. That's why I think that many people are confused that predicating of a line that has length and predicating a relation between dimensions, because one line can be in 3 dimensions and still having only length. So the argument that, for example, Blue yesterday was talking about surface that had only length and breadth, therefore it is 2D. No, because if this surface is curved, it means that it has only length and breadth, of course, but it is in 3 dimensions, not 2, because it is curved. So for curved, as in curved, an example of curved line, you have to fall into second dimension. That's the same as in plane, with plane. If you have plane, which is not curved, this plane is in 2 dimensions. But if you curve this plane, you are falling into 3 dimensions. So you have surface, so-called flat surface, but this not flat. Surface curved is not flat, of course. So it is in the 3rd dimension. That's why I think best to say, to describe dimension is as being straight line, because if you say that length is dimension, you can fall into contradiction that also curved line can be dimension, which is not true. And this is argument of Brenda for some time.
Well, it's not just Brenda. I've heard this on Twitter recently.
Yes,
that a circle is 1D. Particularly,
yes,
very recently. But that's a consequence of them needing a sphere to be 2D surfaces wise.
Yes, that's why this is not all line is dimension.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a misunderstanding of the fundamentals. But can we see whether NASA Alfag wants to come in with his view? Obviously, I think he's a mathematician or something. Will he? There you go. What do you think about that, Alfag?
Would the length of 1 meter be the same if it was straight versus 1 meter on a curved surface?
If you have a section of a straight line marked
just
as
answer
meter,
the question, Paper.
No.
You seem to have trouble answering the question
no,
directly.
No.
Just answer that question directly.
This is
Is it the same length? 1 meter on straight line versus 1 meter on a curved surface.
Please make
same
the argument.
Okay,
Don't ask questions, please.
If you ask about 1 meter on curve and 1 meter on straight line, of course, 1 meter is about 1 meter.
Mm-hmm. How long's a piece of? How long's a meter of string, and what can you do with it? Would it make it not a meter?
No, this is not. This is a ridiculous argument.
No, it's not a ridiculous argument, Bev. Paper. What he said when he started his whole rambling BS there, just that simple thing invalidates everything he started with.
When in response to your argument, we have diameter and semicircle on this diameter. So let's say that this diameter is 1 meter. And the semicircle would be the ends of this diameter, of course, is where the end of the semicircle is. So you are saying maybe that the length of the diameter is the same as the semicircle because they have ends at the same points. Yes?
We're talking about the surface only paper.
No, we are talking about
No, we're talking about the surface because this started out with a conversation about area, which has to do with the surface only.
So you are dodging because
I'm not dodging anything, paper. You are dodging because you're afraid to confirm that area is a two-dimensional measurement and it works on all surfaces because surfaces are two-dimensional. You deflected away from that, ran and rambled on about a whole bunch of shit that has nothing to do with that because you're afraid to address that specifically.
No, I am talking about
You are. I
that,
posted the definition for area. You didn't even touch on it.
Length and breadth is dimension only if this length and breadth are straight lines.
Incorrect.
Yes, because
area can be
otherwise
calculated on
you cannot
curved surfaces as well as flat surfaces.
Otherwise
paper.
you cannot
Sorry to
square
say.
that. Because you cannot square that. If they are not straight lines, you cannot square that. If you have square function for measuring area, it means that you are measuring straight lines.
Paper, are you going to tell me right now that spheres do not have an area?
But they are they have in addition radius to this.
Do spheres have an area that we can calculate?
Are this measurement
circles.
Yes or
the
no, paper?
Circles, Alphag.
Yes or no, paper?
The 4 circles, Alphag. You know what a circle is?
Bev, I'm talking to paper. Stay out of it. He hasn't responded. Stop talking over him.
This is logic night.
Yes or no, paper?
It's not question.
Do spheres have an area that we can calculate?
Answer, please, Alphag. This is logic night.
I'm talking
yes, but
to
you just
paper,
no,
Bev.
you're not.
Stop
you just
talking
keep
over
asking him questions. Fucking stupid.
Yes, you can calculate surface of the ball.
Spheres have an area, yes.
Yes.
And
yeah, you can measure it using P circles.
An area.
What unit would the area of a sphere be in?
Circles, 4 of them. 2D. Circles are 2D.
That's incorrect, Bev.
4 pi r squared. That's the formula
paper,
for a circle,
would you agree
isn't
that
it?
it's square? The response for area would be square units?
But what you are squaring?
Would they response for area be in square units?
No,
square?
you are not squaring pi. Pi is untouched. There is 4 pi and r is squared.
Okay.
Straight line
if you
is
want to
squared.
just forget about the squaring thing because the area of a square is just length times width.
Pi
and
is only
the answer to that
for the circle.
is units squared, and we're not square anything, paper.
Pi's for the circle.
We are squaring.
So why would a three-dimensional object have a two-dimensional response to the surface area when we calculate it?
Because it's a circle and they have to use pi. I'm sure we went
Bev,
over
it's
this the other
because
day.
surfaces are two-dimensional.
No, it's because they have to use a circle.
Sorry
and a
to
circle
say,
is two-dimensional.
it's because surfaces are two-dimensional and can measure the surface area of three-dimensional objects.
No, because
and it's a two-dimensional response.
No, you are incorrect because measuring
Not incorrect,
flat surface, for example, square on a plane, you just need to square sides, nothing else. And if you need to do something, you have to deal with curvature. That's why this is 4 pi, because you have to deal, in addition to that, you have to deal with third dimension, 4 pi.
Still two-dimensional, paper. Because you use additional dimensions to calculate it, your response or answer comes in 2 dimensions. You can measure that and verify it yourself. Surfaces
2D.
of all objects are 2-dimensional, not hard proof.
How do you work out
I don't
what's the
know how you
area
guys are
of a
so
circle?
stuck on this.
Alphag, what's the area, the formula for the area of a circle?
We're dealing with 3-dimensional objects here,
Yeah,
Bev.
but what is, just to keep everybody up to date, if everybody's not listening, right? They may not be up to date. What is the formula for a circle, the area of a circle?
We're dealing with 3-dimensional objects
what
here,
is
Bev. Try
the area,
to keep up.
Why wouldn't you want to area
Not relevant
of a circle?
to what we're talking about.
I'll tell you then, if you don't know. It's
go ahead.
Pi
Tell
r
everybody. Explain
squared.
to Rakia.
Pi r squared. Right? That's the area of a circle, isn't it?
Wow. What's the area of a sphere?
4 of them. 4 circles. 4 circles with the same radius as the sphere. Exactly the same. Just 4 circles. Now, we all know circles are 2D. Because everybody knows what a circle is. 2D. And everybody knows that a circle isn't a sphere. Right? It's not the same thing. The circle is 2D. The sphere is not the same as a circle.
Did you hear that? I mean, does he need to say it again? So tomorrow you don't come in here and tell us how we don't understand?
You don't understand, Rakia.
Right.
Basically,
okay, what?
anything. You don't understand.
What? Okay,
I don't
what
think you
that
even
he just said.
understand your own
Yeah, what he
sector
just
of
said,
business.
what is wrong about what he just said?
That it doesn't address the fact that the area of a sphere, a 3-dimensional object, is given in 2-dimensional units, and it's verifiable. He won't address why that is.
I'll tell you, if you really want to know. Because they use pi. And pi is a circle. And everybody knows a circle is 2D. Right? Now, if they wanted to use the surface of a sphere, they would have to change the formula for pi. Because everybody knows pi is the relationship between the diameter and the circumference. Well, on the surface of a sphere, the diameter would be different. So that ratio for pi wouldn't work. So they have to keep the circle.
You say the diameter for a sphere would be different than the diameter for a circle?
No, the diameter for a circle on a sphere would be different. The surface of the sphere, the circle and the diameter, surely you can know this, right? There is a constant curved surface. There would be no straight diameter on the surface of a sphere. So that's why they have to use circles, because they use
go
pi.
through the center.
Pi
Bev.
is 3.14 for a reason.
You go through the center. If you cut a sphere in half and look at the face, what are you seeing?
So center, so you are invoking 3D.
A circle.
Center of a ball, center of the sphere.
Holy hell. The level of idiocy here is staggering.
You always go to this, don't you know, Alpag? I mean,
Yeah, why are you ad homing? Why don't you just come up with an argument?
Because Bev hasn't posted an argument, Rob. He's deflected from the fact that the
you won't answer the
measured
question.
surface area of a sphere
calculated.
is
Calculated.
two-dimensional.
Because it's a circle. They use circles. Pi r squared, 4 of them. 4
Bev,
pi
you
r
can
squared.
Test it
4 circles.
yourself.
And by the way, the area of the sphere is expressed, for example, in squared centimeters, yes? And this square centimeter is curved or it's have straight line?
Not
Straight
relevant
lines.
paper. You've already established that since the distance of 1 meter on a curved surface versus a flat surface is exactly the same.
1 meter is 1 meter.
So thinking it's different
Brilliant
is
argument.
just really, really stupid paper.
So we are back into this semicircle and diameter, because two ending points of this diameter and semicircle, which are intersecting, of course, we have two different lengths between these 2 points. With the straight line, we have shorter distance, and with the semicircle, we have longer distance. That's why you cannot measure one dimension with a curved line, because you have different outcome. That's simple. That's why I said that dimension is and has to be straight line, and is measured in straight lines only. Because if this line is
Spheres
curved,
don't
it's not a
have
dimension.
surface area paper?
Excuse me?
That's not what he said. Why are you putting
that spheres do
stupidity
not
on?
have a
No,
surface
that's
area
dumb.
that we can
That's
measure or
dumb.
calculate?
This
I
dude's just
said-
here to have gods and insult people. It's weird. Like
Rakia,
every day.
shut the fuck
Yeah,
up, you
listen at
There
it.
you go.
degenerate.
I
Don't
said-
trigger him,
Trigger.
Rakia. Don't be doing that.
I
Sorry, I
said-
didn't mean to speak truth and trigger you.
Yeah,
I
sure, that's
said
what you
that
do every day,
You
dimension-
right?
can't even listen to people and hear what they
Blast your
say because
idiocy
as
all
soon
over the place all the
as
time.
and you can't not
Say things like,
overtalk.
I've never done that before, but I don't believe it. And
think
I've
it
never
was the
seen
no
anybody do
argument
that. It's
thing,
not
Listen
my
at it.
profession, but
was.
I think that's not
Is this the
accurate.
end
That's
of your
not how I
time
would
here?
do it.
Is this the end of your time here?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I said that dimension and length is the same only if this length is straight.
No,
Because
paper, you've already established that's not true.
I established that it has to be true, because otherwise you would have two different dimensions. One shorter dimension and one and another longer dimension.
No, paper, you just agreed that 1 meter on a flat surface is the same length as 1 meter on a curved surface.
Yes, but this length on the curved
It's a non-argument. Come on. 1
was
meter is 1 meter.
Exactly, Bev. So tell paper to stop then trying to backtrack
come
and
on,
say
it's
it's not.
a useless argument.
But this 1 meter is established in the first place by straight line, not curved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he knows that. You have to measure it at 1 meter, and that's a straight line. He knows that.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
You guys ever measured long distances before?
Oh, what's the longest
With a tool?
What's the longest distance you've measured? I see who's got the best.
400 meters.
Oh, you've measured 400 meters.
Yeah, with a tool.
What was your
anybody
tool?
Anybody that's ever done any kind of carpentry knows that if your tape measure's curved, you go to make a cut, it's gonna not work. It's not gonna fit. It's either gonna be too short or too long.
Did you know that they even use circles for measuring? It's called a measuring wheel.
Yeah, but what is the 400 meters? What did you use? What tool did you use?
A measuring wheel.
Nice. And that's 400
yeah,
meters.
so I started without
maximum.
a straight measurement
Did you get
paper.
tired?
Weird, eh?
So how this 100 meters rolled into the device?
So I rolled a wheel 400 meters.
So yes, but the first they had to measure it in straight line or section.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
What is your argument here with a measuring wheel? What is the argument?
Rakia, who invited you?
Dude, I don't have to be
Everything
invited.
you say is fucking stupid.
It's a question.
Not your place.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
yeah, this is his place.
Wow.
Actually.
I don't think you know where you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is the.
I know exactly where I am, Rob.
Send me a YouTube so I can disconnect this guy. How do you disconnect someone? You wait till I find out. You're out of here.
Yeah.
Okay, Rakia, no problem. DM me. I'll come visit.
There you go. He's gone. Disconnected. If he comes back and starts that and again, he's getting timed out. There you go.
See you later.
You want to try again, Alphag? We'll see.
I think ever since I went to Geos the other day, they've gotten pretty triggered for some reason.
They do get upset.
DM him.
By straight line.
He'll meet me. What was that? It's almost like either he's gay or that's a threat. Can't make up my mind. Yeah, because I'm a man. I mean, he wants to meet me. What does he want to meet me for? I'm not like that, dude. Another strange occurrence from a glober coming in here and telling us how we don't understand. And when we ask him a question, he doesn't answer. And when we answer the question, doesn't that take away the we don't understand part?
No, because what you answer comes from a standpoint of ignorance.
You're going to start that your first sentence? Let me, give me that video. Where's that video
Why
at?
not, Rakia?
His
Why
first sentence was, I'm ignorant.
No, I didn't say you were ignorant.
Yeah, you're talking about ignorance. Someone having
Correct.
ignorance. Was that
Why
me
would you
or someone in
automatically
general?
assume that's you?
You were talking, addressing me, and you're asking me why I'm assuming
And I
you were
spoke
talking
in
about me?
generalities. I never said you, Rakia.
Right, so that's your first sentence. Again, I'll repeat what I said.
What you would prove then is you don't understand language. There
You
seems to
wanna-
be miscommunication here all the time because people don't understand how language works.
Yeah, the language was I asked you a question and you started insulting me. When you used your wheel, right, to measure a distance, what's your point?
That I didn't use a straight line measurement to do it like paper says you need to do.
You did.
Then you're measuring a curved line. If you're going zigzag or going over a hill, using a wheel, you're just getting the distance of that. What's your point again?
But wait a second. You are unfolding this role. I
Wow.
think.
Rakia doesn't even get what I said.
I'm asking you what your point is.
I told you what my point was specifically, Rakia. You seem to not understand language at all.
So you weren't on a hill and you went straight. So you measured a straight line distance with a. Why are you over talking me?
Because I'm trying to stop you because what you're saying is irrelevant.
No, don't stop me.
It's
That's
not relevant,
Let's
Rakia.
take turns here, Alphag.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's relevant to me. So let's say you didn't zigzag and you went in a straight line on a flat surface. You're measuring it with a wheel. What's your point of saying that?
I already addressed that, Rakia.
I was on a call or driving or walking or not listening.
I'm addressed it again. 30
Just
seconds
answer
ago
him
when you
again.
asked
What's
me.
your point? Please.
I didn't start with a straight line measurement like paper says you need to use for measurement.
Are you sure?
So
that's it.
No,
Rakia,
you
it
are
was to refute some
the
stupid
measuring
things
wheel.
that paper keeps saying.
I object because if you
That's
are
okay, paper. You can object all you want.
Why are you talking over him?
Why are you talking over both of us?
Now, we have a straight line and curved line, which how we are comparing these lines: straight line to curved line to measure it, or vice versa. What do you think, guys? Are you comparing curved line to, and you have to straighten up this line, for example, to the ruler and put it to the ruler, which is straight line, to measure it.
There you go. It's in the It's in the chat there, right now. Look at it. That's the mathematical, geometric root for pi and your r and your formula.
Maybe I'm missing something here, but it sounded like he was insinuating because he was using a circle, a straight line, that he was making some type of point. Am I wrong?
Yes, but this
Wrong
line,
there? Like, maybe I am missing it. I didn't hear all of it, but
we can use this curved line from the circle because we established its ratio between a curved line and diameter. This is the only reason why we can use the circle as a measurement, because it was already established with a straight line, which was diameter. This is the only reason why we can use a circle. If the relationship between circle and diameter was not established, we could not use the circle as a measurement. So the first is straight line, and that's why the dimension cannot be curved line.
Yeah, 2 pi r is, well, same as pi d, right? The relationship of that line around the circumference. It's a straight line. And then all you do is you bring r into the formula too. And you make the square with the r and the 2 pi r. 2 pi r squared. You square it. That's the area of a circle.
So you are squaring, as I said, straight line.
Straight lines, yeah.
Not curved line. You are not squaring curved line. Straight line.
I mean, look, the formula there, you can see it. 2 pi r, right? It goes around the circumference. It's a straight line. And then you just add in r, which is again a straight line, and you square it. You don't square it, you make a rectangle, because 2 pi r is obviously longer than r. But 2 pi r on one side and r along the other side makes a rectangle. That's the area of a circle. It's not a circle.
do you ever measure anything with a curved line, Dev?
No, I don't think you can.
There you go. I hope everybody heard that. That is the whole point. That's what I was trying to get with him at. I don't care what you're doing. You don't.
That's what I was saying earlier. Ricky, you've been around construction. Have you ever had to take a stud out and put a header in its place for like an opening?
Yes.
Like, if you take a measurement,
can I
if you take a measurement with a straight,
yeah, let everybody finish, Rob. Come on, in your time. Go on, Buster.
I was just going to ask Ricky, if you take the straight, pull your measure tape taunt to get a straight measurement. Now, what happens if you take that measurement, say it's 4'2", and you go to cut the board and your tape measures not straight when you go to cut it or make your mark? What happens when you try to put it in place?
It's not going to fit.
It's not going to fit. Okay.
It's going to be too big.
Yeah.
Does that
geometry, whatever measures with a curved line? Nobody, nothing.
Yeah.
Nobody.
And if you are measuring in straight lines, these straight lines are perpendicular to each other, because otherwise there would be no different in dimensions. Because if you would use, for example, some inclined line, not vertical, for example, you would measure 2 dimensions at one time. So it has to be perpendicular and it has to be straight line.
Yeah, you got to understand the meaning of the word square. within it. It's not just a little number that you put on a thing. You are actually making a square. And that square is defined geometrically as parallel lines. The sides, the opposite sides of a square are always parallel. So you are dealing with a geometry. Whenever you hear the word square, you're dealing with a geometry that actually has parallel lines within it. There's only one.
And perpendicular, because if you are measuring parallelogram, or not square, but one side is longer than, for example, bottom line is longer and the height is shorter. So you are using these two, A and B. For example, A is longer, B is shorter, but you have to have perpendicularity. You have to have right angles.
Yeah, square sides and each side opposites parallel. Also equal diagonals to make the triangles.
Yes, but in squaring you have to have perpendicular. So that's why also you have to have square or something with perpendicularity.
That's the square though, right? That's already inbuilt into the term square. That's what the right angle means. It's all built into that shape. So the very mention of the word square means that you are dealing with Euclidean geometry.
Yes, planar geometry.
What, Euclidean, right?
Yes.
Definitely not a non-Euclidean, specifically Euclidean. And in reality, there is only one geometry that makes it to 3D. That's Euclidean geometry. That's why we've always been working in Book 11 Euclidean geometry. Because the square exists within Euclidean geometry, and Euclidean geometry makes it into 3D, i.e. the cube. All of the understanding everybody has of all of this stuff comes from Euclidean geometry, which the bunch of globe science deniers, I'm going to say, well, the globe science community is a Euclidean geometrically illiterate. They cannot, they deny Euclidean geometry in reality. They have to, because it has parallel lines in it.
And straight lines. And on the sphere, that's why I asked Alpha to answer if these centimeters on the sphere are curved or straight. Because normal centimeters or squared centimeters are measured by straight lines, not curved lines. So square centimeter means real square. It means straight lines, not curved lines.
I think Sean's listening in. Logic night, Sean. Are you sure? It'd be dangerous for some man like you listening into logic. Don't want to be doing that, Sean Hawkins. Well, good to know that you're listening in, Sean. How's the debate thing going? I wonder whether he's heard about the Mobius and Blue Marble debate. I wonder if that's what he's over here for, to see whether he can find the billing. He wants to be the venue for the debate of the year. It might even be debate of the decade. I know we're only 2022, but we could pretend a decade 10 years previous, couldn't we? It would definitely be debate of that decade. I think that's what he's doing. Is he trying to sweet talk you and send you messages in the background, Mobius? Trying to get you billing for his debate thing. He'll be lining people up for debate night. Good to have you with us, Sean. Listening in. Is Blue? Who's on the team tonight, Sean? You can come in if you want. You're best off leaving it for Model Affliction Monday, I think.
Did we finally get a date with Blue, or is he still running from Mobius?
Well, as I say, I think Sean's here for he's got his debate channel, hasn't he? I think he's trying to rustle the venue from Geo.
Trying to get him in there,
That's
huh?
what
Yeah.
he's doing, yeah. He said, I'll host it, Mobius. He'll be offering him all sorts of sweet deals. If you come to my place.
That's a good business, man.
Yeah.
Free coffee or free beer?
Yeah. Coffee on tap.
might let him into his gaming server, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Free 3D printed object out top.
Yeah. You get a little globe, dangly, keyring fob or something like that.
Would you need the Z-axis to make a globe?
I think so. I think you need all three.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Brenda's come back as well. It's what how's Rumpus? Is Rumpus still here? Rumpus is still here. Brenda, who muted Brenda? Does anybody think we should allow Brenda back? Buster, are you?
Nope.
Yeah. Buster, are
What
you
for?
wanting to go and do your thing tonight? Let's see whether Buster was telling us about his. It's 11 o'clock. No Brenda. Somebody said there was cries of no more Brenda, please, no more. So Brenda doesn't get allowed off. Sorry, Brenda. The consensus was
Sorry, Brenda.
Nobody wants to listen to you anymore tonight.
Yeah, we can do Brenda. You're a liar. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. There it is. There's Brenda.
That was the argument. They don't have an argument. I mean, I hope everybody's seen that tonight. That there is no argument coming from the Globe side. Just nothing. Think of it yourself. Trying to make the best argument you could come up with to do with the Globe. Your best positive argument for the Globe. Brenda, the general consensus was no, and we've had enough. Sorry, tonight. I don't think your particular debate type method works for Logic Night, because it's too hard to be able to talk to certain people, especially logically, and when they're full-on diletheists. I would admit it's too much. We don't want to be dealing with paraconsistent logic on Logic Night, because that's like not logic. It's something he says I have him blocked. Can everybody see that on screen there? It's on the YouTube. I'll highlight it. So you can see there that Sean Hawkins is obviously telling the truth there, And as you can see on the screen, I definitely have him blocked. As you can see on the screen. Sean Hawkins is one genius. He's obviously looked and found that he was blocked. So he may have seen it on he may have seen it on the YouTube. Come on in, Sean. I'm still waiting for the presentation of the Polaris argument. We did hear that you invented Polaris. He's been around a long time, Sean. And there he is in the chat getting warned by the bot for bad language. Why would that matter, Sean? I many of my mods block people in the chat, mainly to keep the chat clean, Sean. You may have been you must have been doing something wrong for you to have been blocked. I mean, like, there are people like Blue Marble Science that's still there. He hasn't been banned by any of the moderators on YouTube. A good group of moderators. It's Blue and everybody is fascinated by circles being 2D and then wanting to live on a 2D. You know what I consider that it makes people? Wonder if Sean, if you're listening
Flat
in,
earthers.
do you want to live on a 2D? Rob, would you
On a
want
flat
to
earther?
live on a 2D? Would you want to have you know, a group of people want to be closely associated with 2D Earth? Do you not think that like maybe get mistaken as flat earthers? Rob, do you feel threatened that there's another group of people that want to sort of nuzzle in on your identity?
No, man, I welcome them all with open arms.
You
I'm not a bigot.
are you're going to be welcoming of the 2D earthers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course I would.
Yeah. See, like us here in reality, sort of like 3D reality, right? We talk to anyone. We hopefully accept conversations with anyone. I mean, most people have heard how we talk to people. Hopefully we try and do it with respect. We may call some people lying shitbags, but I mean, that's obviously from the heart. It's one of the technical terms we use around here, I think, developed by SE Montreal. But I mean, it is correct. Always been verified once we find these people, we let everybody know. logically. So yeah, if anybody wants to come in for a conversation, we will accept them. Flat earthers, 2D earthers, anybody inquisitive of geometry, just the basics. Anybody think there's got anything to impart on us, something that's got some knowledge that we could gain, maybe some stuff that we don't know, maybe just a new delivery method, whether it's some stuff that we already know but you feel you've got a new way of saying it. Come in, let us know. Most of the good stuff happens when we are not live. In fact, more of the good stuff definitely happens when we are not live. When we prepare the shows, because we do a lot of that all day. A lot of preparation for what we do here of a night time. Perhaps sometimes days preparing. Come in and get involved. I was hoping Rumpus would be wanting to come in and explain about his video and his test, but seems he's gone deaf and muted. Doesn't really want to talk about it, but I will help him out. Rumpus in the next couple of days has a video, a Welcome to the Globe for Adults video called Something About You Don't Understand the Globe for Adults. And shortly after that, that's occurring within the next couple of days, Rumpus will be inviting Askin, Essie and Mobius and maybe some others around to do a I don't know whether he said he was going to live stream it or do a recording of him going over the double nutsack drop and the hump and showing why they are both the same. I think there's no difference.
Paradox.
Yeah,
he wants to show there's no paradox there.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to it, actually.
Do we have any mods that are a little bit triggered about Blue Marble? Because can we stop deleting Blue Marble's messages unless they're bad? He's not doing anything bad, is he? Because we are trying to set up a debate with Blue Marble Science and Mobius. It should be the debate of the century.
Generation meets generation. This is two different generations here.
Old school meets new school.
Yep, the old guard and the new guard.
Battle of the ages. Like the really, really old and decrepit. And the young, sprightly.
Will wisdom prevail or the sharp young mind of Mobius?
Yeah. The sharpness of youth. Or the wisdom of old age.
Dun, dun, dun.
The battle for the shape of the... I don't know, Mobius, he's not really bothered, I don't think.
The future of humanity.
Blue defending globe honor.
Yeah. The future of the globe hangs in the balance.
Yeah, can Blue hold on to it?
Will it be flat or will it be sphere?
This is gonna be good. When this happens, this will be big. I bet Buster will be making songs about it. people will be talking about it for ages. It'll be one of those ones broadcast on some
poems will be
network.
written.
Yeah. Yep.
Women's hearts will be broken all across the globe.
Because Blue, I bet he's got his top team of globe argumentatists, the globe logicians, working really hard, using all of their proofs, getting ready to go up against Mobius. Blue will be the most knowledgeable globe person after the training he's going through. Because he does keep saying he has to keep putting it off, you know, Blue Marble Science.
We need a proper meme, though. Sugar Cookie, if you're listening, we need one of those that you made for me and Mobius last time. With fire in the back and everything.
Howard, it's good to see you in here, Howard, as well. It's a long time since you've been around. Things must be getting a bit slacking over there on Geos. Howard's a good debate. No, moderator. No, I don't know. What do some of these do? I don't know. Oh, yeah, I'm hoping Blue Marbles can get this debate sorted. He could probably live stream it to his channel from anywhere else. All he has to do is click go live on YouTube and he can live stream it. Should be able to get a bit of content out of it. Should be good. Be good for Blue anyway to establish himself as, you know, the grandpappy of the globe. They all look up to Blue.
Papa Smurf.
Yeah. I've not heard Chaiki mention Blue much on Twitter though. Not too sure about that. Let me have a quick look on Twitter to see what the guys have been saying today. Oh, nothing much. I did hear some good globe geometry to counter the 2D sphere, you know, in order for them to end up with, because like I've been saying, this being logic night, globe logic doesn't work in the same way as normal logic. Normal logic, you start with a premise or an antecedent consequent type relationship thing, and then you build upon that. You confirm the consequent to establish the truth of the initial statements. Well, that's how logic normally works. Well, globe logic, frantic bunny ears, because like that's not real. There's no such thing. But what they do is they start off with the conclusion. So whatever you want to happen goes into the conclusion. And then the logic that comes before it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really have to make any sense. You can put non sequiturs in there. It doesn't really have to be formulated as though normal logic would. But you've already got your conclusion there set up.
You start with the conclusion.
Yeah. and then work backwards, and then you can then look really clever by working forwards and ending up with your conclusion and going, haha, see?
I posted in live chat my modus tollens for 2D, to refute 2D, and it says it is to be checked by you all if maybe I am mistaken, or maybe I am unclear, but I can read what I stated. Area of square is 2D because it's wholly in 2 dimensions, 1 plane. Area of a sphere is not lying in 2 dimensions, 1 plane. Therefore, it cannot be 2D. This is my modus tollens, refuting this nonsense, 2D, 3D.
Well, I wouldn't say the area, because the area is 2D, right? Area is a square function.
Yes, that's why I in first sentence I put the cause why we are calling something 2D, because it's wholly in 2 dimensions, 1 plane, because 2 dimensions means 1 plane.
Yeah, but like I said earlier, the area of a sphere is 4 pi r squared. That is on a plane. The area, right? But the surface of the sphere isn't. The area is, because it's a load of circles. It's just 4 circles.
No, it is expressed only in that way in calculation. But in physical reality, it is not in 2 dimensions, because area of square is really in 2 dimensions. It lies in 2 dimensions, but area of a sphere is not lying in 2 dimensions. I am telling about where it is, not how it is expressed by some calculation. I am talking about where it is positioned. So area of square has position in 1 plane, but area of a sphere is not lying, so it has position not in 2 dimensions. It's not, you cannot position a sphere, area of a sphere on 1 plane. That's why it cannot be 2D. That's my modus tollens.
Yeah, but the area of a sphere is 4 pi r squared, and you can fit those 4 circles on a plane.
Yes, because, but it doesn't mean that, it means only that you expressed this in this calculation. But it doesn't mean that you are using 2 dimensions in reality, because we are measuring real distances in 3 different directions. That's what dimension is.
That's why I would use surface rather than area.
Okay, so I will replace.
Yeah, the surface of a sphere is not lying in 2 dimensions. I mean, that's definitely true.
Okay, so I will rephrase, but for me, for example, area and surface on the plane is the same.
Yeah, I can see where the arguments will come from the opposing side, and area is a square function, right, of anything, always. But yeah,
okay, I will rephrase, yes, to be, because it is also true, and it also will deny a 2D sphere.
Yeah. Yeah, because they want that surface to be 2D, and it's not. It can't be. Because you could even go as far as to say the lines of the square lie wholly within the plane, making the 2 dimensions. Right? The arms of the square literally make the X and the Y within the plane. The square defines the plane.
Yes, yes, yes. And not curved lines, not curved square, but straight, normal square.
Yeah, the surface of the sphere, it does not lie within that plane. Yeah, beautiful. And it's easy for people to see, right? You can easily see that the plane and the sphere are not the same. The 4 circles that make up the area of the sphere are obviously not the same as the sphere.
And maybe I would rephrase again, because I think it should be surface of a ball, because sphere, in fact, in mathematics, is a surface of a ball. So it would be maybe tautology. So maybe surface of a ball.
Well, now you could say that, right? But when Euclid wrote it, a sphere is just a 3-dimensional shape. Yeah.
Shape, yes. Okay, so let's leave it.
But yeah, definitely it's not 2D. There is only one surface of a sphere. Therefore, it cannot be 2D, because it has to be 2D at the front and 2D at the back and 2D at the left, and 2D at the right, and 2D at the top, and 2D at the bottom.
Yes, it has to be on the same plane.
Yeah.
Not just plane. Because cube is on 6 planes, 6 different planes, but still this plane is not the same. That's why it makes it 3D cube, not 2D. Every surface of the cube is on different plane. So you cannot refute that it has to be 3D, not 2D.
Yes. Multiple different planes. Yeah, thank you, Paige. Paige said she's going to lay off your blue. See, there's no need to go crying.
Shout out, Paige.
Paige, yeah. Thank you very much, Paige. Blue will be well happy about that.
We have to take care of our chat trolls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't. Where will we be?
Exactly.
They're taking their time out to come in here.
Especially the ones who's banned us from their chat. Like those, especially when you need to take care.
Oh, you're breaking up a bit.
Just to make a point.
Oh, I think he's dropped out.
That's mighty neighborly of you, Rakia. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I mean, like, we all of us want to see the debate with Blue Marble and Mobius. The debate of the century.
I can't wait, personally.
Yeah, this is going to be, it's going to be good. Mobius has been honing his skills. Pretty sure Blue has been in a training camp for months preparing for this. He has to keep going into extra ones because Mobius keeps adding and saying about new arguments that he's bringing up, and Blue has to keep going away and swatting up on them. He's got a crack team of globe scientists working on new arguments for him. So this will be the best debate you've ever seen when it occurs.
Yeah. He has the Blue Ops think tank, no?
Yeah. Yeah, look, Wally's even in here. Well done. Well done, Wally. You guarding rumpus. Wally won't speak, don't worry.
Yeah, we haven't heard from Wally in a while.
Oh. He's in there. Everyone can see on the YouTube. You can see that Wally is definitely in here. Very brave move. Don't come off mute.
I bet you I know what he wants to talk about.
Nothing. He won't come off mute.
He's probably dying to talk about this.
Go on. Have you...
Two things. Either the ISS or the Artemis. I could see him right now just reaching for that button.
Space rockets. Can we get a logical argument for that? Do you reckon anyone
Sure,
could
yeah.
do a logical argument? Let's
I think
see how
I can
well
come
you
up
could
with
do,
one.
Wally, for a logical argument.
If Artemis doesn't launch, then full of shit.
There's one. Or if Artemis launches, this globe.
I mean, it's complicated, right? I mean, the fueling system, all the electronics, everything, all the pressures. Imagine all the pressure in those containers that have to be right at the right gauge. I mean, it's computer readouts that are telling it this pressure in this container isn't right. This one's not mixing right. This container isn't pressurized up enough. So shut it down, delay it. We have a crack here letting out pressure of this container.
But
we got to delay it.
But back in the day when the moon landings were at the table, they didn't have, they hadn't got any of these, and they went to the moon. So what's the problem?
Either the engineers were smarter, or they took more chances 6 times. I don't know. Seems like it would be easier now, right? With the technology that we have, not harder. What else has gotten harder to do? Or less,
Nothing in engineering and development.
It's too painful. Too painful a process. It's not that it's hard. It's painful.
It hurts. It hurts.
Yeah.
It kills their worldview is what it does.
Mm-hmm.
let them have their space rocket to the moon a couple times.
Do you reckon nowadays, right, in 2030 or 2024, do you reckon they could get CGI good enough and the population dumb enough to make somebody actually believe that they could do
I think it's gotten easier because I think the population as a whole has gotten more dumbed down and doesn't care as much.
More accustomed to the TV and the movies and this
that's
fantastic thing.
Right?
Yeah. You guys seen the Sandra Bullock movie in space there? I believe that.
Yeah. Every 18-wheeler you pass has a globe. Every TV show, every commercial, globe. So the trickle effect over 20 years, by the time someone turns 20, their auto response is globe, whether they believe it or not. What do you live on? Globe.
It's globe.
Yeah,
it's gotta be. I've seen it 10 million times in my life. It's gotta be that.
Shout out Universal.
Speaking of CGI, I think they are working hard on because it's getting better and better. So I think they could reach this point that it could be undistinguishable.
Real-time virtual CGI, like real-time virtual reality. Think about that.
I think the best check is in so-called normal films, like for example Terminator. Sometimes you cannot. They are using normal technique, filming technique, and they are mixing with CGI. And I think they are testing audience if they could recognize what is real. For example, what is real pyrotechnic in this film, or what is CGI pyrotechnic in this film?
I don't
So
even think you have to fool people, because the people that you don't fool, let's say our group or many like us that look into it and say, okay, this is fake, you're going to have 100 times that are going to defend it and call those people crazy no matter what. That's the way the system is set up. I mean, there's some fake stuff out there that's guaranteed fake, 100% looks fake. They agree that it's fake, and they still have people defending it as real. So this is kind of swayed from Logic Night a little bit. I don't even talk space ever. I guess it is logic, though, using logic to figure out, you know.
Yeah, to discern, well, use reasoning powers to work out that it might possibly be a load of bullshit.
See, my classes in college were logic and reasoning. I didn't take a debate class or a logic class or a reasoning class. It was psychology, logic, reasoning, debate. You know, those type of classes. Logic and reasoning was a huge part of marketing and, you know, basic curriculum at the college that I went to. It was elective, but it was in most degrees, but it was, you know, it was in every degree basically. Take 2 semesters of either psych or logic and reasoning or debate or whatever. Just, you know, just like a language, you know, learn another language. Learn rhetoric is basically what they're doing. And then hopefully put some logic and reasoning behind what you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's well worth learning. Well, it's not really learning, is it? Logic. I mean, most people that are trying to work things out are employing some sort of a logical process. It's a natural, I call it. It's the way you naturally learn, and obviously you can get better at all of these things. Loads of little tricks that you can use.
Doesn't it seem weird that you have to learn logic? Isn't it like something that comes like automatically? I don't know.
I would have thought so. But in this modern day and age, who knows? There's some really weird. I mean, me personally, I've been involved in some really weird conversations that don't really seem to make any sense. In fact, most of them that I get into arguments are non-arguments for no reason. Like we said before, Rakir, it's like it is just like a time waste for some people. It's like an entertainment thing that they seem to do, and they like to tell you it. They do it for entertainment.
Right. Somehow they're entertained by talking to people who they deem as idiots. Like morons.
Yeah, without an argument, right? Obviously now. They come in to call us idiots and have no argument to rebut whatever argument we put forward.
Just imagine that now. Put yourself in those positions. You come home from work, get comfortable, get you a little snack, turn on the news, and then click the button on the internet to go talk to people you think are morons. That's a strange afternoon, man.
Sounds like
Discord
entertainment.
server. Yeah.
Not
literally come to a Discord server that they don't really like. They pretend that it's awful here. And they're fascinated by it. There's loads of people who are fascinated by what we do here. Most people don't understand what we're doing. Most people are definitely fascinated by it. I don't know whether people want a piece of it or what, but I mean, I think this is one of the best groups well, it is definitely the best group I personally have ever known. But I may be a little bit biased. I mean, it is a truthful statement that there is an amazing group of people here with multi-talented people. You can always get a conversation, and they will be different from each one of the people that you ask. The same conversation will be different in multiple different ways. It's amazing.
I don't understand either. Like, I have a certain person, French Canadian, I'll call him, that I don't particularly like, don't think he's very smart, and I deal with him all day, every day without being ugly, and, you know, I listen to what he's got to say. Why can't they do that?
Oh, Wally's in here. Like, I mean, yeah, thanks, Wally. You should, some of the stuff you come up with, it's amazing. The Wally bot has taught us definitely how you can cling to a stolen concept fallacy. Thank you for that, Wally. And over the next few weeks, we will be gradually delving more and more into the stolen concept fallacy. It's too much for your tiny little brain to handle in one full step, so we have to do it bit by bit. We're doing the trivium training method for uncovering the stolen concept fallacy that lies within the heart of this. But everybody's going to be doing it for themselves. So that's the journey that we're all going to go on. It's a way to keep people listening. Do you like it? I just come up with it then. The reason we're not giving it out is because we want to draw people and keep people coming back. So over the next few weeks, yes, we will be unveiling the stolen concept fallacy bit by bit. You'll have to listen to all of the bits. We may put a piece of it maybe in one day and a piece in another day. It may be all over the place, so you'll have to keep an eye out, listen to it all, maybe talk to each other about it. Or what you could do is come into the Discord, talk to us when we're not live, and we'll go over it all. Because that's how we learn best, going over these things. In the Discord server, we all do that. All the time. We go through all of the logical arguments. Now, sometimes not all of the people are in here. So we have to go over them 2 or 3 times because some people might have missed it out. And we don't mind doing that. We think that is one of the better things. To improve our rhetoric and improve our argument. Like we say, everybody hears it differently. Everybody has their own interpretation, and they can build it back, and we can refine it and make it better. That's what we're interested in at the minute. So yeah, if anybody's not quite sure about anything that we go over, and the idea is that this learning process that we go on is for people to discover this stuff for themselves. You won't find anybody handing you over anything. What you will find is multiple people talking about very simple basic concepts, but trying to refine them, make them simpler so we can all understand them. And we all want to try and get on the similar sort of grounding. And once we all can do that, anybody can then go off and learn and do whatever they want and bring it back to the group. That's the way it works. Everybody's an individual. Everybody does something different. And that's where on the level .live on the website is going to be going. That's where this Discord server will be going. And that's what Try Thinking will be doing too. Going for learning. Obviously, I think the model idea has it's done its course. We'll still keep going it because that's where we learn the most. I think that's what the vehicle we use in order to show people why it's needed, that you need to understand the logic, is to root out the fallacies. Well, the fallacies get shown to us by the globe model hardcore fanatics. They show us all of the fallacies of the model. But because they're wrapped up in paralogisms, they don't see them themselves. Which we will deal with as well. Part of the trivium and part of what we do with the AA classes with Kevin. He's been a bit ill, so I'm not too sure whether Kevin will be back for the Trivium Day tomorrow.
Shout out, Kevin. Hope you're feeling okay, bro.
Yeah. So yeah, if anybody wants to come round, come and have a chat. We are
Wally.
Oh, sorry.
Wally has come. Where is Wally?
He's not.
Here.
He's not going to talk. He's very shy.
Oh.
He's too shy.
Okay.
Yeah. He is showing everybody that he is here though, so he will get props from the council for at least being in here. He's backing Rumpus up. Solidarity, standing with him. So if anybody does want to come in and have a chat about anything, that's what we're up for. Me personally, I'm up for, I'm a student, like I keep telling people on Twitter and all that. Now, I am a student of the Trivium. So anything I can learn from any conversation, that's what I'm here for. So any discussion, conversation, anything anybody wants to come.
I was almost sure Wally couldn't resist that ISS talk, but if he won't talk for that, then I don't think he'll ever talk. That's his baby. I don't understand why. We're a nice bunch of guys most of the time.
Yeah, it's Blue's asking about
Starting
how
to fall
to
for that
make...
roast chicken.
Blue's
My
asking.
bad.
Yeah, Blue's asking how to make the show that the surface of a sphere is 4 circles of the same radius. Well, here's what you do, Blue. You find the radius of the sphere, and then you make 4 circles, and then you go, that's the surface area of the sphere. That is. That's how you do it.
So this is only recalculation from 3D to 2D.
Yeah.
Just only calculation.
You need to have that circle, and you need to have pi in order to make the circle. Pi has to be the same for the sphere and the circle. Has to be. So the surface area has to be the circle. Has to be. Or based upon the circle. 2D circle. As if it needs saying 2D circle. Using ridiculous extras. Squares and circles and triangles don't need any other qualifiers. They come with all of the baggage of the geometry that comes with it. And it's all proved. Proof on proof on proof on proof. To get you the square, the circle, the triangle. All consistent throughout the whole of the Euclidean geometry. Even into the 3D realm.
This 3D, 2D thing, oh, that's just crazy. I can't believe.
It's all because they want the surface of a sphere, globe, to be 2D. Have to be. They want to be 2D Earthers. It's the whole point of it. They're just too shy to say. I mean, like, me personally, I definitely say I'm not a flat earther because the earth is definitely not flat. So, I mean, I wouldn't be one of these 2D earthers, right? But they want to be. They want to have 2D surface. So badly.
Crazy.
So badly.
But the only one 2D surface is a plane.
Yeah, that's what they want. But you know, conceptually.
No, but they cannot say that this surface is a plane. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Because they want to be curved plane.
Yeah, they want to be 2D earthers, but not that 2D. You know, not them 2D earthers. No, we're different 2D earther. That's what they want to be.
Different ones, yeah. You know those 3D printing machines? Well, maybe, I think Sean has one, right?
Yeah. Can you get 2D ones?
Hey, Sean, ask it to make you a 2D object. Ask it to print you a 2D sphere.
That's what I was kind of getting at with Alpha or whatever. He was saying 3D object, and that's as redundant as it gets. My mind.
Yeah, just say object. We know what you mean.
Yeah, any object or reality. I do agree that mathematically, or I guess, you know, you can think in 2D, right? I believe.
No,
but you can't
you
have
cannot.
it.
Mathematically, you cannot, because 3D means three different directions of measurement. And you can only have two different directions on a plane. But on a 3D space, you have three. So curved surface invokes immediately third dimension, because
I'm
it's
very aware of that. I'm just saying the concept of 2D is something you can think about, right?
You mean you can visualize? Yeah. Not the thinking process. Yeah, I got you, Rick. Yeah.
In fact, that's the only place that, like, the
Yeah,
platonic
that's my next words.
form. Yeah. That's the only place it does exist.
In your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. And only in your mind. There's no such thing as 2D.
Yeah, I think that's what the idea of Euclidean geometry is, right? The 2D bit is that you are doing it in your mind, but you are representing it on paper or whatever, right? The actual squares and the lines and all of that has been laid out to you as being 1D and 2D. So as you're doing it, paper and pencils, or maybe in the sand with a stick, like however you do it, you are conceptualizing it in your mind as you're drawing it out. Whereas in reality, once you get into the solid geometry, you can actually do it in reality, but you're using the conceptions of the squares and stuff in order to help you try and realize it in reality.
Well, that's kind of my point. Like house plans, we consider that 2D, even though you can argue that the height of the ink or paper or whatever. But once you build that house and walk through it, that's 3D.
Absolutely. Yeah, reality. Reality is 3D. Somebody said to me the other day that we can't get out of the 2D thinking. And I said, well, we've always been in the solid geometry, book 11. That's where we exist, right? We all know that we exist in reality in the 3D. That's how we know it's not flat.
Funny how they named it Euclidean 3D space, huh?
Mm-hmm. It's because it's the only geometry that does actually make it into the third dimension.
Book 11.
Yeah.
Do you think we're ever going to get out? Like, they could easily erase all of that, right? I think they're doing it now.
Yeah.
So not much is written in stone or written in books. It's all digital. So just to change a definition here or there, or wipe out. I mean, 100 years they could wipe out Euclidean.
Just get rid of book 11. Get
Right.
rid of the 3D geometry of Euclid. People
How
would
many
be
generations
lost.
would that take? 2 generations, maybe? Maybe.
Yeah, it's already done.
Yeah.
Literally, who else is talking about all this Euclidean geometry? What does it mean to people now, geometry? It's the only way to form proof. In mathematics. And get rid of it. It's already being done. There's a load of adults, let's face it. The globe proponents are all adults. There's no young kids that have come out of school learning this. These are adults that are trying to push their misunderstanding of geometry. It's not looking good, unfortunately.
What's funny is, like, even years ago on these gaming sites that were really based on younger generation, at that point, when they polled, and asked them, it was, a lot more people that didn't believe in the sphere than like those site owners would ever imagine. And they're just being honest with themselves. I don't see it, right? Like, I know they're, I'm skeptical. I know I've been lied to about other things by those people. So, yeah, they could be lying to me about this or trying to deceive me or testing me. And I don't want to fail that test. So in reality, I see it like this. That's what I'm going to go with.
Well,
I think they lie to themselves. That's what bugs me a little bit. Like the camera thing we were saying on this supposed rocket launch. We say put cameras on. They say, why? It'd be so boring. Like stuff like that. Like you say to yourself, like, did you just say that? Or
I couldn't believe it. What do you expect to see out there in outer space? Well, then why do we have all the other satellites taking pictures? Or, like, why would we? I mean, seriously, that's just craziness.
do the words boring and going to the moon, do they belong in the same sentence?
Or rocket launch or space travel or anything?
Yeah.
How can that be? Even I'm interested in that. Hell yeah, I want to see that video. Twice. I mean, I don't get it. And it's the top people, right? Paid NASA, Blue, Kosho, they're all saying the same thing, singing the same song, same script. Nope. Why would you want cameras? That's a dumb statement in itself. I mean, you
Yeah.
can't pass anywhere without multiple cameras. I have cameras on my house, cameras on my truck, cameras on my boat, business, at my desk, every computer, every cell phone. People are taking video of everything. And you don't think it should be on a rocket going to the moon for the first time in 50 years? You're crazy. I mean, that's crazy, right?
Yeah. Seeing the Earth huge on the landing pad, then getting smaller and smaller. Well, eventually seeing the curve, right? Then getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Boom, it's game over. It's game over.
And
We're finished. We're done. We got to pray to NASA after.
the orbit that they're saying they're going to go on, like an egg shape, the Earth would be getting bigger and smaller every day.
Yep.
Like you can see it. At this distance, it looks like this. At this distance, they're getting further away. See how it's getting smaller? Then they went to bandwidth. Are you kidding me?
Bandwidth, yeah. It cost a lot of money to record it. Yeah, sure.
Come on, man. Really? That was blue. It was infinite
Yeah.
wisdom.
It's
Wisdom.
like,
Old.
I mean, it's embarrassing. You know, it's really starting to get embarrassing for them.
Blue, I know you're a boomer and old and all that, but technology, as far as storage and sending information, has gotten a lot better. I think NASA can handle it. I mean, he basically what he's saying is NASA can't. If they add a couple of cameras, it's going to overload NASA. They can't handle it. It's not something they need to worry about because they can't handle that. What about the engineers he's downgrading? Like, surely there's a smart engineer out there that could figure it out, or just let my kid do it.
Are you kidding me? With the storage capacity they have now, they can easily do that without breaking a sweat.
I have 6 cameras on my boat. I store 30 days at a time. 30 days it stores, 24 hours a day, 30 days. And then it loops.
You can
So
buy
I can-
systems for your house with 12 cameras. Like, you know, you can see an ant on the ground, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
You seen that thing I put in from Twitter? Just showing it on the YouTube. It's a map. Look like wood pieces. Looks like a big jigsaw. Looks quite nice. Different types of wood.
Hey, you know what I just envisioned? Remember the surgeon? The model? Remember, what was it, a sexton? He made with a scalpel? And he cut himself live?
Oh, yeah. Bob. That looks nice, though, that.
Yeah, it looks chic.
No curve. You notice?
It's Mercator projection. That's why it's not curved.
It's not curved because it's not curved. Right? That's why it's not curved.
Yes, but
it's 2D.
Mercator's explanation was that he wanted to make this in straight lines because it is easier for mariners or captains of ships to draw straight lines on the map rather than curved lines. So he just straightened these lines, longitudes and altitudes. So that's we have not squares but parallelograms instead. So this is Mercator's projection. Very funny.
I think it looks quite nice. I'd have it on my wall. always put it vertically, don't they?
Yes, like standing cylinder.
Well, they could put it horizontally, and then at least the water would be accurate. So, Buster, are you wanting to go? Are you around? The weather. I don't know. He might not be around at the minute.
I am. I was trying to get everything ready.
Oh, right, cool. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, if you're wanting to do that, I can hype everybody up for it now.
I just got one. I was just gonna do one song just to kind of.
Nice. Right, well, you want to do a warm up and then do one for your, like when you go live, right? Because in a minute, Buster is going to be going live, and I'm guessing what we should do is Buster will do the play out, I guess, or whatever, and I'll end this stream as Buster's ready to start doing it. Everybody should be clicking the link to go to Buster's live stream.
Give me just like a few minutes.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. This is something we're going to be doing quite often now. Buster's like what Rumpus should be doing, practicing his live streams. Buster is getting ready for a big show in a couple of weeks' time, and so in that, Buster was wanting to practice running his live stream from YouTube. He will be in Discord, so I'm guessing we will hear, like we always do, we hear Buster through the Discord, but in order to prepare this, we will be ending this stream and giving you the link for Buster once he's got it set up and running. We'll put the link into here, and then we will end this stream and get everybody over into Buster's stream, where Buster will be doing some live Buster. So hopefully everybody will be able to go over there. Hopefully that was an explanation of what's going to be happening very soon. Yeah,
I'm trying to do a build.
That's the bot, but when Buster goes live in a minute, we will get the actual link for Buster's live stream and give you that. Then you can just click that and you will be in Buster's live stream like you are in this.
Yeah, I'll try to. I don't know how to do the. I have to get ready for the ahead of time, but this is just like kind of testing the waters. But I'll do a song in here and then I'll go live and do a song. But I'll try to wait a few minutes.
What you want to be doing is when you start, you want to go live.
Yeah.
Give us the link and then just start playing, and we'll get everybody to click the link as you're playing it, and I'll end this stream and they can go straight over to your stream
so start
as
from
you're
here?
playing. Yeah, just you start as soon as we've got your link. You can just then carry on and we'll try and get everybody in your stream, and I'll just end this.
Okay. All right, well, let's give it a shot. Let me see if I got.
Can you get the link, or can we get somebody to get? If Buster goes live, we get Buster's link. It will be put into the live stream on YouTube and into the live stream on in Discord. Can we get as many people over there to Buster's stream as possible? Thank you very much.
It is. It's live. Shout out to Gadget and for doing the drawing, my avatar. All right, I'll do 2 songs. I'll do one in here and then one for after you end. So that's cool.
Okay.
You good?
Yeah, I'm ready. You just go. We'll find your link and get it dropped in and get everybody over there.
Oh,
cool.
Gotta find. Okay, I'm gonna. Well, I'll just leave it going in here. It'll be fine. won't affect it any. So change this. Sorry for the little bit of. All right. Let's get a little cheat sheet going. We'll do the, it's not really a golden oldie yet, but it's probably getting a little worn out, but we'll do it anyway.
Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people won't clamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model dictates what you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That little bit key, it's gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blues. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric propositions. That open key is gonna be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Good old model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you.